9:30, so if we make a start, can I welcome you all to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we start the meeting proper. I've not been told there's a planned fire drill this morning, so if alarms go off, then they are the real thing. Your exits are back through the doors that you came in or through the side doors. Officers and members will show you where to safely congregate outside the building. If anyone requires toilet facilities during the meeting today, they're through the double doors at the rear of the centre of the room. And if you need to have a drink, there are jugs of waters and glasses off to my right-hand side at the back of the room. Could I ask members and members of the public, and indeed joining us online, if you've got mobile phones, could you please turn them either off or silent so they don't interfere with either the sound system or at the meeting. Just so you know who's in front of you today, to my right are officers of our Legal Services and Democratic Services section. To my left are Development Department, who will be presenting the applications to us today. And on the wings of the tables are the committee who will be debating and also deciding the applications. The meeting today is a hybrid format. Basically, the committee itself is meeting in the canal side, North Petherton. We are joined though online by members and members of the public. It's just worth explaining that only members of the committee who are present in the room are able to vote. They cannot join us online and do so. If just a reminder to members and to members of the public, this meeting is being recorded, so it can be viewed later by those who see what transpired. Format of the meeting will be as per our agenda, which has been published, a copy of which is available on the council website for those who are joining us online. We'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the application, then have public speakers where they've registered, and then once we've had those speakers, we'll have the debate. Ultimately, members will decide on the application with a motion being proposed, seconded, and then voted on. Then we'll explore what that vote was. Again, a reminder for members who are in the room, we've got microphones on the table. They are on, so you don't need to switch them. Please don't change the settings. They will be controlled from the rear of the room. We'll just move on to the next, but I just noticed also that just to highlight that we are also joined by our portfolio holder today online. So if we move on to the actual agenda itself, first of all, we have apologies for absence. Have any apologies, yes, please? And Councillor Perry. Okay, thank you very much. Item 2 is urgent business. I've not been advised of any urgent business that isn't covered on our agenda today. Item 3 is public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who are joining us and who have registered to speak, we'll take the applications I mentioned in turn. The officers will outline the background and detail, and then I will ask you to come forward to the speakers table room. Those who are joining online, obviously we'll ask you to turn on your microphone and camera so that we can make sure that we can hear you. All of you will have a total of 3 minutes to address the committee. For those of you who are with us in the room, you'll see there's a clock at the front. You'll see the time counting down, so you can hopefully judge your timing so that you complete it within the 3 minutes. Those of you who are joining us online, obviously we understand you can't see the clock, so I will interrupt your presentation when you've got a minute left to go, just to let you know that that time is coming to an end. And if you can again try and draw your comments to a close within 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Members, are there any declarations, please? Start with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Pages 14, 42 and 54, they're in my county division, but I've taken no part in any discussions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Need them. I have a microphone, otherwise we won't hear it online.
This one. Sorry, likewise, county division for 60 and 85. And any discussion?
Thank you. Mr. Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. For page 24, it's in my county division, and pages 24 and 29, a member of Bridgewater Town Council, non-registrable interest, and I've taken no part in any discussions.
Thank you. Likewise, so,
Same as Councillor Grant, pages 42 or 14 are within the county division. I've taken no part in discussions on those prior to this meeting. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Weston.
Yes, thank you. 24 and 29, the member of the Bridgewater Town Council.
Thank you very much. But for us, it's important to know that the background
members have to an application.
that's where we clearly heard. We have
A standing order within this committee basically says that to avoid people making fines before they come here,
what's called pre-determination, that they don't get involved. Well, start again. They can either get involved at the town parish level, or they can be involved at the district level. They can't do both. The danger being that if you've been involved in decisions made at the town parish level, then potentially you will be clouded with judgment, you may be fined, and therefore you would be predetermined before you come here. If they do that, which they cannot do, they would have to declare that interest here and legally take no part in any of the discussions we have here. Where you heard members say they've taken no part to that town level, that's they can come to this meeting, they can debate and ultimately vote on the applications before. Right, members, that brings us to the planning applications themselves. The first that we are going to take will be on page 7, Catcott. And I would just mention to members there are in fact 2 speakers application in a moment. Come to Mr. Titchener, I think you're presenting this one.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for the erection of a single and 2-story rear extension and a dormer on the rear elevation. It's a pear tree cottage, Catcott. The application's for 4 members because of the objection of the parish council. This application was deferred from September's agenda to allow notice to be served on the adjoining owners, the residents of Lilac Cottage, who'd raised that issue that notice had not been correctly served during their speaking time previously. That notice has now been served, and that period has lapsed, enabling us to now take a decision, or members to take a decision on the. So this is the site within the red line. So it's a proposal that's centrally located within the village of Catcott. The proposal, it's an extension to an older dwelling which has neighbouring properties on sides. It is a householder application, and primarily the issues at hand relate on neighbouring to amenity. These are the block plans. So this is the application dwelling here. Hatched areas is shared drive, which runs down the side. Yeah, it's shared use between them and the neighbour. Lilac Cottage is the which is attached on its. So the works are primarily focused on the rear elevation of the property. As I mentioned, just for clarity about the ownership issue in the red line goes around the shared drive, but there's also 2 oil tanks here, and the red line goes around those as well. One of those tanks, as I understand it, is the applicant's, another is the by the neighbour, and by the neighbour, because of its position within the red line, generated the need to serve notice on the adjoining neighbour. So the existing property is a 2-story dwelling. It's a traditionally sort of built property, an old property built with stone walls, timber windows and doors under a clay tiled roof. So the images above show the rear of the property. So this centre image here is the existing rear elevation, as if you were stood in the garden looking back towards the property. These are the side elevations looking at that one. So this one is, we looked at it from the driveway that runs up to the side, and the other rear elevation, and it's off this elevation where the proposed extension and dormer is to be added. So these are the floor plans showing the existing internal layout. So as I stated, the extension will project off the north elevation here, so into the garden and into the area that sort of adjoins the oil tanks, but won't affect the oil tanks. The proposal that's put forward for consideration is a full width extension and part width first floor extension. So the dormer, and then the dormer proposed along the existing sort of line here, further projection. It would be constructed of natural stone at ground floor with render. Note there was an error in the original report which said render below, timber cladding above, but that is incorrect. It is natural stone and render. Roof is to be clay tiled, and a roof lantern. So a lantern light would be proposed for the ground floor. This is the proposed floor plan showing the extended area at ground floor, which will provide a new dining and sitting area. The ground floor element will project to a depth of 4 meters into the rear garden. The first floor element will project to a depth of 3.2 meters, where we have this bedroom that's proposed. Just some photographs of the site context. So this is an image taken from the highway looking towards the existing property, showing just in relationship to its neighbours. So that's the host, that's the application property. The shared driveway goes up the side of here. This is part of its barn that shares the driveway, and then Lilac Cottage is the property on the right hand side here. So the works are on the rear elevations, as I showed. So this shows the existing rear elevation of the property to be extended. So this is off of where the full width rear extension will project. This part here will be where the first floor extension projects, and then the dormer window will be created within the eaves. Yeah. This shows the property in relationship to its neighbouring property, Lilac Cottage, and Lilac Cottage is set back in context of the existing dwelling. These photos were able to be taken from the rear garden of Lilac Cottage just to get a sense of the potential impact on that property, and it is the property could be most affected by the scheme, and most careful consideration needs to be had. The occupants of that property had raised concerns about the impact of the proposal, including on loss of light, overshadowing and overlooking from the proposal, and its impact given the extension of the property along here, the ground floor sort of eaves level coming out to a depth of 4 meters here, the impact that would have on residents. So I've tried to show on this slide just some changes that were secured to the scheme. We had some concerns as officers about the impact of the first floor element and the potential that could have for the impacts on first floor extension was the whole first floor extension had been designed to project only off the part of the first floor which was furthest from the neighbour, so it doesn't include a full width first floor extension, which would be we wanted to be much more harmful. So the choice to extend only off of this part of the first floor is done to minimise impacts on the neighbour. Notwithstanding that, we still had some concerns about some potential for overshadowing, given the initial depth that was proposed of first floor extension, which was to initially extend to the same depth as the ground floor extension, which is shown in this plan here, so extending 4 meters into the garden. The revised plans down here show that that's been pared back so that it only projects to a depth now of 3.2 meters. And with those changes, and with reduction in projection, and given that the separation from the neighbour, given that part is the part a boundary, in our view, is not considered that the scheme would give rise to unacceptable means impacts. Concern had also been raised about the height of the ground floor extension. So in terms of its eaves level, this is a sort of a flat roof here. And that was reduced as well through negotiations between officers and the applicant to bring the eaves level down now to 2.6 metres above existing ground levels. One thing we've had to bear in mind is that permitted development rights that exist for single-storey ground rear extensions allow extensions to be developed without the need for planning permission from us, with eaves heights of up to 3 metres. So the 2.6 metres is 20 centimetres lower. They would be able to do under PD rights, and that's a sort of fallback position that we would have to take into account coming to our view. Regarding the neighbour to the west, so the neighbour on the other side of the driveway, whilst the proposals are here 2-storey, their impacts would primarily affect the driveway, which separates the two properties. So we would not consider that gives rise to unacceptable amenity impacts. That neighbour had raised some concerns about 2 side ground floor windows. So these 2 windows here and potential sort of privacy impacts that could arise from those. They have been positioned so that they are 1.7 metres above internal ground level, basically just allowing a little bit of light, but not particularly any outward views, and that's kind of standard approach to put certain windows at that height so as to minimise potential privacy related concerns, and that's considered acceptable. Concern had also been raised by respective parties to a proposed doorway, which is going to be a side door in the report, which is going to be on the driveway. That was originally going to be here. The applicants have since taken that out of the scheme, and that no longer of it. Further concern had been raised about damage to one of the supply pipes linked to the neighbour's oil tank, which, as I stated, is located adjoining the extension. That is ultimately a civil matter between the respective parties, the determining factor in the application. So just to summarise, with the changes that have been secured to the scheme, in our view, it's not considered that unacceptable amenity impacts do arise, and our recommendation is to grant planning permission.
Thank you very much. As I say, we have a couple of speakers on this application. So if we start with Mike Pryor, if you microphone and yeah, we can see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
And we can hear you as well. So just again to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee. I will let you know when there's a minute of that time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello again. To remind members, my wife and I live in Lilac Cottage, the property connected to Pear Tree Cottage. We want to focus on 2 material planning considerations today. Firstly, visual amenity. The report states this is not overdevelopment, but we disagree due to the shape of the curtilage of Pear Tree. Members are reminded that Pear Tree is connected to our home and together used to be one house. The proposal spans the entire width of the rear garden of Pear Tree up to both boundary lines with us. The curtilage may be considered large, but it is narrow, which will result in the proposal being cheek by jowl with us for a considerable length. Members have seen photographs that show the rear of our home is already recessed within the homes on either side. This proposal is seeking to extend that encirclement by Pear Tree Cottage to a very considerable degree. Secondly, residential amenity. The report seems to focus on the height of the single-storey extension, whereas the real significance is in the height and length of the first floor extension and the proposal of 2 new large windows on this floor. The point that needs to be stressed is that the new roof ridgeline will be over 5 metres in length as it connects to the existing roof. So even after the revision by the planning officers, it is still 90% of what was first sought, and over 5.5 metres in height, it will blot out the remaining sky and sun to the west. To reference the Sedgemoor Development Plan, which determines the scope of D25, it states it is designed to protect residents from unneighbourly development proposals, which have a harmful impact, including loss of light, visual dominance, loss of privacy, and overshadowing. We know we will suffer from all 4 of these. The definition of unneighbourly development is comprehensively met on all 4 grounds, and therefore we seek your protection from the suggested development. We ask, how can anyone think that a proposal which draws a 5.5 metre high and 5 metre long curtain across the side of someone's home and garden, plunging the entire width of our garden and home into a cold shadow, is allowable within today's planning deliberations, especially as 2 new large first floor privacy defying windows are also being added?
1 minute to go.
Thank you. Neither the applicant nor the agent have sought to explain their proposal to us, and we assume because it's just too difficult for them to justify the unpleasant effects on us and our home. The revised development is so obviously negative to us to a degree that's completely unacceptable. We are joined in this view by neighbours, residents, and unanimously by Catcott Parish councillors, along with County Councillor Harry Munt. We hope this explains our objection and feelings towards this application and its negative impact on us, and ask you to reject it. Please remember, as you make your decision, we will have to suffer this harmful impact forever, and we ask members to carefully consider our loss of amenity as if it were your own home. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We also have joining us through Teams Andrew Thompson, who I the agent acting on behalf. You could turn on your microphone and camera just to make sure you're.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Thompson, just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes. Well, I'll interrupt you when there's a minute of that to go, so please start when you're ready.
Lovely, thank you. Yes, the Catcott Parish Council have decided after deliberation not to support this proposal on the following grounds. First, let me draw a picture. The backs of Pear Tree Cottage and Lilac Cottage face approximately due north. This means that the only sunlight that will reach the back of these properties will be at sunrise and sunset. There is already an existing extension to the east of Lilac Cottage. This predated the current residents moving into Lilac Cottage. This removes the chance of any early morning sunlight. However, they do get late afternoon and evening sunlight from the west. The proposed single-storey extension would present a roofline that is significantly higher than the current structure. This, along with the proposed two-storey extension, albeit on the other side of the house, would significantly reduce the light reaching the back of the adjoining property, Lilac Cottage. This effectively puts the back of Lilac Cottage in the centre of a U, with structures both sides blocking all direct sunlight from their patio and back windows. In the view of the Parish Council, this, whilst not necessarily breaking the word of the law on right to light, would be to the significant detriment of the residents of Lilac Cottage. We hear a lot about mental health these days. There are many studies that show that access to the sunlight acts as an antidepressant and general mood lifter. A common issue of not having access to sunlight is known as SAD, seasonal affective disorder, often linked to reduced exposure to sunlight during the shorter autumn and winter days. This can cause, amongst other things, a persistent low mood, feelings of despair and lethargy, a full list of which is available on the NHS website. By building this extension, the residents of Lilac Cottage would have any easy access to sunshine in the immediate vicinity of their house removed. This would be especially bad during the winter months, when the sun is much lower in the sky. It has been verbally proposed that Lilac Cottage build a new patio further down the garden in a sunny area. The Parish Council do not see this as an acceptable workaround due to the cost and disruption, as well as the fact that any new patio area would be in a direct view of the new and expanded upstairs windows of the proposed extension, removing any chance of privacy whilst using this patio. This suggestion is just adding insult to injury. In summary, Catcott Parish Council do not support this planning application on the grounds that it will detrimentally affect the sunlight available to Lilac Cottage and the reduced privacy due to the new and larger upstairs windows. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Members, you will probably have gathered during that presentation that was not someone's the applicant or the agent, that was the Parish Council. So sorry for the confusion, but okay. Right, members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Bolt and then Councillor Murphy.
Is there any chance of going back to the slides which show the backs of the house with the existing, with the existing structure on it?
Is that the photographs?
Yeah, the photos.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the height of that is. Do we know what height that existing structure is? Yeah, the eaves height or the ridge height? Just the height of the structure which is coming off the back of it.
I don't know the height of that off the top of my head. I mean, that has got to be, it's higher than the fence, so it's got to be between, yeah, at least 2.2, yeah.
So we're talking about another 20 centimetres above that to the ground level, 2.4. So
So it comes up to, the eaves will be 2.6 meters. So yeah, so it would be slightly higher than the point where you've got the lower end of the roof slope that's on the boundary. There will be a an increase on that. I'm guessing from the look, suggest that there will be some increase on.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually surprised this has got to this committee. It seems to me, looking at the photographs, it's a very, very narrow site in a village that values small properties, because small properties are those that can accommodate young families and also older people downsizing. And listening to the two objectors, I think they've all got valid points. I mean, in our villages and towns, we value highly the morning light. And if the morning light is to be obstructed by someone putting in an extra narrow extension, I think that is really overdevelopment. I mean, this is quite a substantial development for a village setting, in my opinion. You can hear the objections. They're all about that, about overbearing or overdevelopment, and it's a historic farmhouse, which really should be valued in terms of the way it looks when we see the photograph of it, the terrace from the small terrace from a distance. It looks pretty neat. It looks pretty organized. It then started disturbing the line, I think would be detrimental to the overall look. It seems in real close proximity to neighbouring properties, in fact, even congested, I would say. To even suggest putting an extension in that area is really overkill. And I've no doubt, in listening to the parish council, I assume that was the parish council. Listening to the parish council, I think it's quite creative to look at the light in itself, but there is, without any doubt, a disturbance to the existing people, and I think that should be listened to. And I personally, looking at the plans which show a new first floor window which will overlook a neighbouring property, and the windows are designed to be larger than those which exist currently. So there is a total change in the aspect, in the design itself, and in the village aspect. So my own feeling is that we should reject this property. I'm not going to make that as a proposal because maybe others will feel entirely differently. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But my feeling is we should reject this property on grounds of overlooking, overbearing, and in some respects, heritage. Thank you.
Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Similar question to Councillor Bolts, which was about the heights. Could you give some explanation as to how far it's going to come out in relation to the existing structure that's there already? I noticed the property on the other side seems to be quite a distance, but it would be useful just to get an idea of how it relates to the house on the other side and in relation to the existing temporary structure, please. Also, in terms of the double storey extension, where does that relate to in terms of the existing first floor window?
So the ground floor element is due to project out 4 meters. In terms of how far that's actually going to come out, I mean, how wide is the fence panel? I mean, it probably, but I would suggest it's going to come out just beyond the second fence panel. So that's 4 meters in depth, then across the full width. And the first floor element, so the existing window will go as part of the proposal. The first floor element that projects is going to be here on this sort of right-hand side, and that will project to a lesser depth, just of 3.2 meters, which is the bit that was originally proposed as 4, and we sought them to pare it back somewhat. I think just in terms of some of the comments that we've had about this is acceptable or not, and the overlooking sort of eyes from a window. A rear dormer window would be permitted development. So they could construct that currently. We don't have any control over that. So I accept the comments that said about this may give rise to some overlooking on the neighbour. We don't have any control over that. They could withdraw the application today and go and do that. The permitted development rights also allow single-storey rear extensions to have to reach the height along the neighbouring boundary that's being proposed here. And actually, we are achieving a 40 centimetre reduction in what they could do against permitted development rights, and we haven't negotiated that in. So, except some of the points that have been raised, we always have to be mindful of what they can do under a fallback position in coming to this view, and things that we have no control over.
Sorry, I'll stop moving seats soon. I mean, this slide, the green hatching effectively shows the location of the extension. So you can see the projection of that relative to the back of number 16, which is the neighbour. You can also kind of see from this slide, but I'll go to a different slide in a minute, the sort of gable tip of the two-storey extension. So if you can go back to the layout plan. That one. So in terms of, so the red outline, you can see that's the single-storey extension coming out for the full width for a depth of 4 metres at a lower height than what they can do under PD. But I will say under PD, they are restricted to 3 metres in projection, not 4. So it is 1 metre longer than what they could do under PD, but it is lower than what they could do under PD. And then the first floor element, you can see that steps in. That from the distance, but it's set a distance from the boundary, then projects out and has been negotiated to be set back. So that only projects 3.2 metres from the back. So in terms of angles for sunlight, you know, we look at sort of diagonal lines going across because of the positioning of that set away and set in. You know, we don't share the same concerns as have been raised by the speakers in terms of impact of loss of light. It will be a new addition, it will be on the boundary, it will be of a height on the boundary, and it will be going out 4 metres. And that's the debate that members have to go through in terms of whether you're accepting that as, you know, permissible for the neighbour, bearing in mind what can be achieved under permitted development, because we have to bear that in the back of our minds.
Any other comments or questions from members? I'm going to be looking from someone, please. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard everything I've got to say, and under PD rights, it's a very delicate one, so I do propose to grant permission. Thank you.
Okay. Another. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. That is proposed and seconded to grant further report. Any other further comments? Or so those in favour then of granting permission, please show. And those against, please show. So that is clearly carried. So permission is granted. Members, if you turn to the next application with a speaker present, we're on page 29. And we're moving to Bridgewater. Mr. Evans, you're presenting this one.
Thank you, Chairman. This application relates to an existing property, a residential property within Bridgewater, 35 Church Path, and is an outline application with all matters reserved for the erection of 2 dwellings to the rear. So this is a site outlined in yellow on the aerial photograph. 35 Church Path is located here. It's an end of terrace dwelling with a large rear garden with access to the side via an existing garage and side entrance door. The street scene is made up of two parts, with the traditional Victorian terrace located on either side of Church Path, with Booth Way of more late 20th century character at the bottom of the cul-de-sac. The site is within the development boundaries of Bridgewater, therefore the principle of the residential development is considered acceptable. This is the site outlined in red. There are basically the application site is located within a residential area with also a car sales business, Somerset Car Sales, located to the east and south of the site. This is the existing site outlined in the plan here. And this is the proposal for two dwellings shown indicative layout with two detached properties, two detached garages and ancillary parking for both the existing property here, accessed off the existing rear lane, and the proposed dwellings located here. Access would come via Church Path through the existing garage, which would be removed, and will come via between 35 Church Path and 15 Booth Way, providing an area for turning and parking. Each plot would be served by a garden area to the rear. This is another shot of the proposed plan. So as you can see, the dwellings themselves are located indicatively on this plan, a suitable distance away from the nearest residential properties. The nearest residential properties being number 35 and 15 to the north, and a block of flats here, which is accessed from Foresters Close off of Homburg Way, which is further to the west of this plan here. But the indicative layout shows that the properties themselves could be accommodated within the site without appearing cramped or contrived, and will also provide suitable distances between existing properties so as not to impact on residential amenity. While we don't have the details of the design heights or the location of windows, it is considered that a reserved matters application could come in where these matters are addressed appropriately, and the distances provided ensure that direct overlooking or window-to-window overlooking would not occur as long as this layout is followed. So take members through some of the slides. This is the view from Church Path. So this is the existing garage and side access door, which would be removed to facilitate the access into the site to the rear. In the background, you can see make out the block of flats in Foresters Close. But it is this point where the character of the street scene changes, and this is where the access will go. This is a view of the rear garden. So you have 35 Church Path indicated by the white rendered property there. There are various outbuildings within the property which will be removed. But at the moment, the majority of the property is laid to lawn with various small-scale outbuildings, and these would be removed to facilitate the proposed dwellings. So the access route and turning area will be located on the right-hand side of this photograph. In the background, you can see the car sales business there. It's not considered there will be a significant impact occurring from the operation of the car sales business on the proposed properties. Majority of the properties in the area predate the car sales business, while there are some that have been built since the car sales business has been there. The brownfield development, which I believe was the former Gerber factory to the south of the site. There's no indication to suggest that there has been any significant impact on residential amenity in the area as a result of the operations taking place. The majority of the land is used for storage, and therefore the impact will be fairly passive on the proposed dwellings. This is a view taken from the open space within Foresters Close, looking back towards the property. So 35 Church Path is there. Just an indication of the character of the property, character of the site. The properties themselves would have their primary elevations facing in this direction, overlooking this open space. As a result, the distance provided by the plan indicated shows that the dwellings to the west within Booth Way would not be affected by overlooking. They'd be a significant distance away so as not to cause direct overlooking of the windows or their residential amenity spaces. This is an image showing the block of flats in Foresters Close. As you can see, there are a number of windows within those flats. However, again, the distances involved between the sites and the existing properties should ensure that the impact will be minimal. This is a view taken of the existing vehicular access. It serves a number of properties, providing garage spaces to the rear of the properties in Church Path. This would be used by the existing property to gain access to the proposed parking spaces that will be at the rear of number 35. So this is already in place. We're not require any significant works to facilitate that new parking provision. And this is a wider shot of the view from Homburg Way. The car sales business is located here, the flats here, with the properties in Booth Way here, with the application site located just beyond this fence line here. So as you can see, it would assimilate itself within the residential character of the area without having a significant impact visually on the surroundings. So in summary, the application site is within development boundaries of Bridgewater, so is considered acceptable for residential infill development. The scheme was originally for 3, but it was considered that based upon the needs for parking and garden spaces for what is considered to be 3-bedroom properties, that there would be a need to reduce that to 2, which is indicated on the plan shown. This has reduced the need for the number of parking spaces and increased the amenity spaces for each property. It's considered that adequate parking is provided on site in accordance with the parking strategy by Somerset County Council, and it's considered the impact on the amenity and character of the area would be insignificant given the acceptable scale of the dwellings that will likely come forward in a reserve matters application. While we have not got detailed drainage scheme for the application at this stage, the application site is within a low risk for surface water flooding. This was raised as a matter of concern within the course of the application. However, the information that we have from the Environment Agency suggests that there would be no significant impact. The setback position of the dwelling should not increase surface water flooding within Boothway or Church Path itself. Given the gradient of the road, it might explain why there is instances of flooded water coming down the street, but however, this site is set back significantly from that, so it should not cause a significant issue. In terms of updates to the application, the application was accompanied by an ecological assessment, which was submitted after the application was recommended for approval. This recommended a number of ecological enhancements to the site, and that could be incorporated into a reserve matters application. So it's proposed to recommend approval for the application subject to the conditions on page 35 of the report, but also with an extra condition requiring ecological enhancements to be carried out and included with the reserve matters that will be in accordance with the details submitted within the ecological report that was submitted with the application that we have with us today. So in summary, the application is recommended for approval subject to those conditions and that extra condition for ecological enhancement.
Thank you very much. To come forward, please. Just to check, you are speaking as the agent on this application. Absolutely. Thank you. Start when you're ready. You'll see the time on the clock. It is.
Yeah, you do. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. This application seeks outline consent for 2 detached family homes with off-road parking with larger than average gardens and private amenity areas when considered in context with modern estate housing. The original scheme proposed a terrace of 3 dwellings. My client listened to the concerns raised by the Town Council and local residents and has worked positively with the planning officers to reduce the scale of the proposal to 2 houses. The site is in a very sustainable location with good pedestrian and bicycle links to public transport networks, schools of all age ranges, leisure facilities and local convenience stores. I'd like to address the observations raised by the Town Council and local residents. Concerns regarding overdevelopment have been addressed by reducing the homes to 2. Private off-road parking will meet all the required standards and will not have any negative effect on current on-road parking in the area. Notwithstanding the statement in the flood risk assessment regarding surface water, building control will require the roof water from the houses to be retained on site via soakaways. There will be large areas on site to facilitate these soakaways. There will be no detrimental overlooking or loss of amenity to any existing dwellings. The proposal meets all the policy criteria of the Sedgemoor District Council local plan. It is hoped that the committee will positively consider this opportunity to provide 2 quality family homes in a very sustainable and desirable location in the town. Thank you.
Members, any comments or questions, please? I'll kick off just to comment on a question. I mean, to me, it looks like the applicant and the agent have actually issues that were initially raised. Welcome the fact it's been reduced from 3 to 2. I think totally agree. Much there, this does seem like a questions from member. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I don't see a lot wrong with this application. I think the plans are quite adequate for what we can see on there. So with that in mind, I'm happy to move the recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Bolton and Councillor Pearce. That's with the additional condition that was out.
It certainly is, yes. Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
Quite happy to second that.
Okay, Councillor Pearce.
I don't have a problem. It was just a little more information on the improvements. Is that the soakaways, or is there anything else that I've missed?
Appraisal was of the existing site and its potential for habitats and protected species. So the ecological enhancements recommend that bat boxes, bird swift boxes are incorporated into the design of the proposed dwellings to provide some habitat enhancements. So what we're looking to do is ensure that is provided as part of the Reserve Matters proposal if approved.
Any other comments or questions? Not seeing any, so have the recommendation moved and seconded to grant permission with the additional condition relating to ecological reserve matters. Those in favour, please show. Absolutely carried, that's unanimous. Right, members, if you move to the next application, we have speakers present. We move to Catcott, and I think, is it Mr. Titchener who's presenting this one? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So this is an application for demolition of an existing rear conservatory and ground floor bathroom, and then the erection of a two-storey side extension and internal layout changes. It's a property which is 32 Manor Road in Catcott. This is the property, so in a very central location within Catcott. This is a red line indicating the extent of the site. And then this is the property here. So it's a semi-detached dwelling attached to its neighbour on its southern side. This is its plot. It's existing access here off this no-through road and its sort of driveway. So this is the existing elevations of the property. So that's the existing front. Its neighbour will be attached on this side. This is the rear, showing the existing conservatory out the back. And then you've got the two side elevations. So this side elevation is where the extension would be added. It's a traditional traditional construction, so stone walls. It does have UPVC windows. It has a clay tiled roof. So these are the proposals. So this, as I stated, the conservatory would be demolished out the back along with an existing ground floor bathroom, and then this two-storey side extension would be constructed plank wall. That will provide a sort of utility and kitchen, a ground floor. It will provide a bathroom and bedroom at first floor. It is to be built in matching materials, I should point out. So this is just a photo from the street scene. So this is if you were sort of stood on the main part of the public highway. So the application property is actually this one here. So you can see, whilst it's attached to its neighbour, it's sort of the shorter half of the overall semi-detached pair, and the extension would project off of this elevation here, furthest away from the neighbour. This is a photo just showing the existing front elevation. Again, it would come off here. Again, another photograph of the front, so it would extend into this part of the plot. Again, just another photos there showing the side. We're of the view, I mean, I can come back to the elevation drawings if needs be, but we would consider that the proposal is proportionate in scale and size and form to the host dwelling. It does have a slightly stepped down roof. We wouldn't consider that it's over dominating in any way. So this just shows the existing rear conservatory that will go as part of the proposal, and with the works taking place primarily side there. We would consider that the plot is reasonably generous. There's quite an amount of space on the side to accommodate the proposal. And again, this photograph just gives a sense of some of the space there. So adequate separation from neighbours, so that we would not consider there to be amenity issues that would arise. The plot is also sufficiently large to retain parking, 3 parking spaces, which is required for a proposal of this scale, which was a concern of the parish council, that the proposals might result in sort of overspill parking onto the highway. We are satisfied that there's sufficient space within the plot to accommodate any needs arising. This is just a long view of the access, so the access goes in off of here. So the main part of the village is sort of this is a no-through route coming through here, and then you turn left into the parish. Were of the view that the access can get congested at busy times of the day. The village primary school isn't far away. It's located just, if you pull back from here, and just slightly up the road. So and the parking can get busy in their view at drop-off times. However, the proposal we're looking at here is for an extension, so we would not consider that it's likely to generate significant additional volumes of vehicle movement that is going to cause unacceptable highway impacts. Notwithstanding that, we consider that there's sufficient parking space within the plot to accommodate the needs arising. Again, this is just another view of the access, just showing the internal views. Again, another photograph just showing the extent of the plot as currently exists. Just other matters quickly. We've had the application on the books for a few months now. The proposal was delayed due to the county ecologists requested ecological surveying of the property, and some evidence of bats was found within the proposal. Mitigation is proposed, and that is to be attached via conditions on the permission to account for the fact that those bats were found. Overall, we would consider that the proposal is in keeping with the character and appearance of the existing house and the area. It doesn't, in our view, adversely impact the neighbouring residential amenity in there. It has sufficient off-street parking, so our recommendation is to grant planning.
Thank you very much. Again, speaker on this one, James Benton, would you like to come forward, please? Good morning again. Start whenever you're ready. You'll see the time on the clock.
Thank you. Morning, members. Yes, so the proposal for this 2-storey side extension to cottage set on a very large plot in the middle of Catcott. The proposal also seeks the removal of a sightly conservatory and a very strange flat addition at the rear. Proposed extensions are to be constructed in natural stone, as said, with clay tiles to the roof to match the existing property. And importantly, the extension is to be subservient. Parish Council have raised a concern about the entrance and parking. I feel that this objection may be born out of a wider concern surrounding school drop-off and pick-up congestion, perhaps. I say this because the proposal does not seek to change the existing arrangements. It is felt that even with the extension, the site can accommodate sufficient parking for a property of the size that will be created. The proposal has been carefully considered to be sympathetic to its surroundings. Matters pertaining to ecology have been addressed and solution proposed. Planning officer has recommended approval. Respectfully request members hopefully follow the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Members, any comments or questions? We'll start with Councillor Bolt.
Can we go back to the photo? Shows the conservatory that's going to be knocked down. Yeah, I think there was one that actually showed full on the side. That's it. Is it everything there that's snow sound is going to be coming down off the back of the house?
My understanding is yes. Those single-story elements at the rear will need to. So they are, and like I think the age says, there would be no objection to the loft. They certainly don't add to the character of the building in any way.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay.
So just to confirm, was that a proposal?
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Could I just ask one quick, just to I think you said in terms of materials, can you They are.
So it's to be matching material, so it's to be so it's natural stone and clay tiles on the roof, match those. So obviously we're happy with that as a.
Thank you. Councillor Henry and then Councillor Pearce.
Good, Chair. Per Gavin said I watched the presentation more than to second Councillor Bolt.
Down the table, have the recommendation moved to grant permission as per. Those in favour, please show. Again, is unanimous. Carried. Right, members, if you can turn to page 42. Compton Bishop. Titchener.
Thank you. So yes, this one is the erection of an agricultural building at a land known as land north of Crossmoor Road, Lower Weir in Axbridge. So this is it's a little square within this yellow area here. So this is the A38 leading up towards before you get to the turn off for Axbridge. So it's just off to the southeast side of the main road. So this is the existing farmstead here, which currently has 3 buildings erected. The aerial photo is slightly out of date. We don't have a more up-to-date one as yet, which shows all the buildings as constructed at present. So this is the location plan. So this is the A38 up here. There's a long track which leads down to this farm and another farm further to the south. So this shows the existing buildings 1, 2, 3, which have already been granted and erected. They aren't quite complete. I mean, they have a frame, they have a roof, they haven't been fully closed as yet, which might be from photographs. The buildings are used as part of the applicant's sheep farming enterprise. They run a large-scale sheep farming enterprise comprising over 1,700 lambing current time. The new building that is proposed would be within this sort of more sort of northwestern sort of part of the overall site. Enclosed within this is a sort of a landscape bund, which has been previously consented as part of some of the previous permissions, but is actually proposed as part of mitigation for this application to be increased in size and depth shortly. The new building to be approx 18 metres in length by 15 metres in width and about 6 metres width. So it is of similar proportions to the existing buildings which have been consented site. So it is it's to be enclosed on 3 sides. It's a fairly typical agricultural building. It's of the same appearance as the others that were consented on the site. Effectively, it's precast concrete panels below, box profile cladding above, under a grey fibre cement roof with and these are just some photographs showing the site. So these are the 3 existing buildings across which have been erected. As I say, they are open at the moment, so there are further work to be done to enclose them. The area, so you can see from this area the start of the bund where the landscape planting will go. That is obviously only just the initial work to start creating it. It would be a wider area than is shown here, and there is planting to go in. Conscious that planting hasn't yet been done, and that was a requirement of the previous permissions, and this has been reiterated to the applicant. So if granted, be looking to secure conditions on this to secure additional planting, and I'll show that on the plan in a second. Again, you can see that extensive works have been taking place across the site, just to lay down some chippings, just to formulate sort of the position of the building, which would be located here, and to provide turning area for the vehicles that come out for the movement of livestock. And again, just some photographs just showing the site where the building would be located. and the initial works to start to form sort of the soil bund around the outside of the site to sort of effectively enclose the farm complex. Members can see here in the lower photograph part of Mendip Hills in the backdrop, and that's always been the impact from the Mendip Hills has been a concern that's been raised by the Parish Council on this application some previously, and that's something that we've had to consider as part of the determination of this proposal. So just coming on to the principle of the proposal, we are obviously in a countryside location where we are, and policies are restrictive, but there are exceptions, and agricultural development is one of those exceptions, you know, providing that there is a reasonable need for the proposal. And the applicant has an existing farm. They have 27 acres of owned land, but 500 acres of rented land. And as I stated, they run a large number of lambing ewes. In total, with lambs at present, they estimate they've got about 3,000 head of livestock running across their land. They have struggled previously and to find enough winter sheep grazing, which is why they have requested a number of these buildings to provide some of that winter housing, which will give them greater space on site for their housing of livestock, and which be in the welfare interests of the animals. The Parish Council and have raised concern that the need for further buildings should have been established at the outset when the first building was granted. You know, they felt that, or they have said in their most recent comments, that the holistic needs of the site should be considered. I mean, as officers, we do have to just consider each application on its merits and take it on face value of what's put to us when it. The agent has stated that at present, in terms of the actual capacity of each building on site is currently holding about 400 ewes, but under sort of accepted stocking densities, they want that to only be down to about 300. So they're slightly overstocking them because of the lack of capacity on site. So the additional building will enable them to meet that desired welfare standard that they're seeking to provide. So given the size of the overall stock numbers, we consider there is an appropriate justification in principle for the proposal, subject to visual impact and other considerations. So just coming on to landscape and visual impact. I mean, the site is on flat farmland, part of the wider Somerset Hills, Somerset Levels landscape. It is outside, but to the south of the Mendip Hills A1B, which is about half a mile away to the edge of that designation, and the outward views from the AONB are possible across the wider landscape, including the application site. Parish Council have raised concern about visual and landscape impact in addition to those previously granted, including views to and from the AONB. Agricultural development obviously has to take place in countryside locations, and can take place even within the AONB and in proximity to it. And agricultural permitted development rights still apply, for example, in places like outstanding natural beauty. So there isn't an overall preclusion on agricultural development per se within or near to the AONB. It's accepted that there's a need for buildings to support the agricultural sector in such locations. Such buildings must not be inappropriately sited nor of a scale of mass that gives rise to harm, whether locally or at a landscape scale. We originally had some concerns about the originally proposed plans, because when the application originally came forward, it wasn't proposed to be here. They were proposing to do sort of a longer extension off of this this existing building. We've always felt that that would just present a very long elevation that could be much more prominent in views from the Mendip Hills, which are to the north here. It was our suggestion to actually separate the building, reorientate it through 90 degrees and place it more in this part of the site, so as to give the impression of a sort of a more smaller sort of farmyard complex of buildings, which would not be an uncommon site within the landscape, and there are many other farm complexes that can be viewed from vantage points within the AOB. So in that sense, we would consider, if granted, we would just form another part of this landscape. These photos were taken from elevated points up on the Mendips, So just to give a sense of some of the views, just sort of walking back on the high ground just behind Cross and looking back across the application site, so you can sort of, in this top photo, you get a sense of the site here. This is the site before any landscaping has gone in. The buildings do need to be enclosed, but there are other views out towards, if from the same position, towards other agricultural enterprises within the vicinity, and it's not, in our view, an uncommon sight to see clusters of agricultural buildings. Just in terms of the landscaping, as I stated, it would be contained within a landscape bund and planted boundary. Our landscape officer was of the view that the approved bund needed, with this additional building, needed to be of a greater depth than was approved. Through this application, it has been increased in size, and additional planting has been secured via condition that comprise native hedgerow and mixed species trees. So the building has been set at a sufficient distance from the bund to allow for the sufficient sort of canopy spread of the trees that are proposed. With that, the landscape officer is satisfied that, subject to this planting being conditioned, that the proposal will not have an adverse landscape impact when viewed from A1B. We also propose additional controls for lighting, not just for ecological, but for sort of wider amenity reasons, just to control light spread in the countryside. And overall, we would consider with those controls that the proposal will be acceptable in terms of its landscape and visual impacts. So other matters, there are no other immediately nearby properties, so we would not consider any amenity impacts to rise. County ecologists confirmed that we didn't need to undertake a habitat regulations assessment with regard to any impacts on nearby designated sites for bats, but they do propose additions to be added to the permission to secure biodiversity enhancements testing boxes. In terms of drainage, the scheme is proposing controlled discharge to the ditch and would comply with the Internal Drainage Board's standing advice. So in summary, we feel that the need for the building is accepted in our view, and subject to conditions, we've not considered there to be any issues which would preclude the grant of planning.
Thank you very much. Again, first is Terry Mason from Parish Council. Terry, you're joining us Teams. Just check your microphone's working.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much. Again, just remind you, you've got the 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute of that time to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present Compton Bishop Parish Council's objections to planning application 21-22-002. This is the fourth building on the site. None of the previous buildings have been completed and are open to the elements, providing no protection for the sheep, which is claimed is the purpose of the buildings. We also understand that the type of sheep that are on the farm at this time are hill sheep, which don't normally require closed areas in order to lamb. None of the landscaping planting in the previous applications of 2020 have been carried out, and the position of the new building is positioned in close proximity to trees. If planted, will not be able to grow to their full height and spread. Two of the buildings appear to be currently occupied with various pieces of equipment, a number of which do not appear to be agricultural, whilst just one of the buildings appear to have some sheep pens in. The site now contains a static home in the southeast corner of the site, for which no planning application can be found. Shortly after submitting planning application 0002, the applicant submitted 004 for a fifth building on the site. The latter was refused for the following reasons. Reason one, it has not been demonstrated that the building is reasonably necessary for the purposes of agriculture. The purpose is therefore contrary to Class A, Part 6 of Schedule 2 of the Town and Country Planning, General Permitted, England Order 2015, as amended. Reason 2, the proposed building is located immediately adjacent to adjoining landscape planting approved under previous applications. The building is proposed to be positioned in such proximity that the trees within the approved application boundary will not be able to go to their full height. Compton Bishop Parish Council cannot see why reason 1 and 2 do not equally apply to the latest planning application to 00002. The council is also concerned that the Drainage Board has raised issues and that the development needs to ensure that no effluent is discharged into the old river acts, as downstream of the development there are stocks of young trout happily living in the stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Annie Haxford, about to come forward. Good morning again. Just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes. Start when you're ready to go, please.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. The applicant, Mr. Athy, has asked me to say a few words in support of this planning application before you today, which is for the erection of a general purpose agricultural building as set out by the planning officer. We've worked with the planning officer to resite and relocate this building in a location that is acceptable with the planning authority to try and mitigate the impact of the development on the landscape. The applicant currently runs a sheep enterprise with an excess of 1,700 ewes, which they lamb, and currently farm an area of about 550 acres. During the winter period, they have struggled to find sufficient winter sheep keep, even with the recent buildings erected, as less local farmers are willing to let them land during the winter due to the recent wet weather. They're therefore looking to increase internal storage space, both for housing their sheep in the winter and for the storage of fodder due to the sheep being housed. Building would give them the opportunity to make more round bale hay rather than silage, and this would reduce the cost of making their winter fodder, as there would be less plastic and also then obviously an environmental advantage. We feel the planning application before you meets planning policy C01 as it's a countryside specific location. We also feel it meets policies D2 and D19. Having worked with the planning authority, we are proposing to put in mitigation measures by extending the bund and the landscaping scheme to shield the building surrounding area. By working with the planning officer, we feel we have an acceptable location which works well both for the applicant and also the planning authority. On the basis of this constructive approach between the applicant and the local planning authority, we trust that members will be able to support the planning application before you today to allow my client's business to continue to thrive. Thank you for your anticipation.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from yeah, Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I personally don't have a problem with the agricultural building. I can see the need for it from the speaker today. My main worry is the screening. Is there a way that we can put a time limit on that this screening has to be done by?
So condition 5 of the permission has a timing trigger in it, which states that the approved landscaping scheme shall be carried out no later than the end of the first planting season following first use of the building. So the planting season's at the either end of the year. So once the building is erected and put into use, that timing trigger then kicks in, and then they would need to install it within the period set in the condition.
Obviously, the parish council have raised a concern about the previous building being partially constructed, not put into use. Is there any way that if this building is constructed but not actually brought into use, that's just as I think as a concern sitting with obviously the issues we've heard from the parish about some of the other issues need to be dealt with by. But I just wonder if there's a way to address that. So.
I mean, the trigger here is use. So I think the issue on some of those other buildings is they are actually in use. It's just that they haven't yet been clad. So the moment the applicant erects the frame, puts the roof on, which they will want to do, they can then put sheep in it. It's in use. So the timing trigger kicks in. So they're then on a short period to get the planting in accordance with the condition.
Councillor Bolt.
It's just going on to the in use bit. Doesn't have to be a completed building as soon as the roof's on and it's usable. That's the trigger.
That's correct. Councillor Pearce.
It's about condition 5, and it's probably my misunderstanding about the the timing of the planting. As I'm reading it, it's that the planting should take place after the new building has been erected. Have I misunderstood?
So the way the conditions worded is that it shall be no later than, so it gives them the option to do it before. So it can be done at any point up to after the building has been come into use, and then up to the end of the first planting season. Typically, what we tend to find on most schemes is that we have to allow the buildings to go up or works to happen first before the landscaping, because they tend to get big equipment on site to get the buildings in. If you put the landscaping to, it can get affected by those buildings, and sometimes you end up having to do it again, or we end up having to go in enforcement. So there is a logic to putting a slightly later timing trigger on it.
I can understand that, but given that they hadn't done the planting on the back of the previous, what happens if they don't do the planting after this?
I mean, I think as Councillor Filmer alluded to, that this would fall back to our enforcement powers at that point. The only thing I would say is what we would want to secure is the planting scheme on this permission actually rather than the others, because actually it's a beefed up landscaping buffer than we would get on the other ones. But certainly, yes, there would be an enforcement role of it. That message has been reiterated to the applicants when I've met them as part of this application, that there is a real need to get on and do that, because there is understandable local about it.
Could I also ask one further question, which came from the council's comment? I know we obviously deal with each application on it. There was reference made to another barn, lack of need, and the impact on the landscaping. Happy that this one doesn't have those problems. Clarify.
I mean, there are 3 barns existing on the site. They've all been subject to their own planning applications and deemed to be acceptable. This we're considering on its own merits. We obviously we secured changes to the scheme to make it more acceptable in our view by reorientating the building, just to sort of keep it as more of a complex and enclose it with the others. So yes, we are of the view that if those changes, one funds and the landscaping goes in this scheme, would be acceptable as the previous.
Just to confirm from the report, our landscape officer seems to say that the proximity of this building to the landscape.
Yeah. So
that's the spacing. Is that
yeah.
correct?
So we went through with the landscape officer what the specific types of trees were, what their likely spread was going to be, and that's why the separation distance from the bund has been said of what it is.
Further comments or questions from members? Look for a recommendation. Betty?
With all the officers' statements in regards to the bunding and screening, I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Bolt?
Yeah, I'm quite happy.
All those in favour of the recommendation grant permission, please show. Unanimous. Just say, obviously, the agent has been here. You've heard the discussion about some of the concerns, and I'm sure that will be fed back to. Thank you very much. Right, members, if you move to the next speaker, which I think is on within Compton Bishop, and I think we remain with Mr. Titchener.
Okay, so this application is for the change of use of an annex, an existing annex, to allow for its use also as a holiday let. So it's a property called Rackley Barn, Rackley Lane, which is in the Compton Bishop parish. It's before members today because of the objection of the parish council. Please note there is an error in the committee report in the introductory section where it says the change of use was to allow for holiday let and refugee use. The latter is incorrect. The change of use proposed is just to a holiday let, so just to clarify that point. So this is the application site here, delineated head off. This is Rackley Lane, which is a no-through road. It serves about a half dozen properties. It sort of spurs off the Webington Road, southern side. So this is the site location showing the site. So this is the existing barn, which is a sort of
previously undertaken barn. Existing annex which is located on its that building there on its west change to allow holiday let. This is the floor plan showing the internal layout. Present, there are no physical changes proposed to secure assessing the principal proposal. Just some photographs of site showing X here on left existing building. Again, another photograph of the annex. This another photograph just showing the annex. It has some fencing which has been erected around it to give a small privacy benefit of any granted. And again, just another photograph just showing it. In terms of applications of this nature, the main policy considerations are set down in Plan Policy D17, which relate to tourism. Proposals should improve the quality and diversity of the tourism offer, and in countryside locations such as this would be, they must be accompanied by a plus business. So we are satisfied as officers that the proposal is a high quality unit, meet that policy test. The applicants have also provided a bid council, and as is typical of cases of this nature where we get business consult review council's economic team critical eye over them. They did raise a number of queries with the plan as submitted. Amendments were the applicants as a result having a revised sort of document that came in next sort of considered areas that would be expected in such a business plan, such as at the target market, projected earnings and rates would be, and it's citing in relation to local tourism assets and how it may well benefit from those. The economic development officer provided sort of further comments having reviewed that document. I mean, they did state that it did not answer all of the queries that they had raised. They welcomed the revisions that had been made. They did raise some ongoing concern about viability and would wish that the option unit to revert to ancillary basis should the holiday let use not viable. Now that's an approach that's shared by officers and actually quite standard for these kind of things, changing use to an annex. We would put on a condition that effectively allows it to be used as an annex or a holiday let, just to provide a bit of flex. Effectively, if the holiday let use falls away, it can just return to being an annex in its own right and used on an ancillary basis to the existing dwellings. And that's not an approach that we would have concerns about. Just in terms of the physical works, as I stated, there's no external alteration, so the proposed is acceptable in terms of visual amenity. Building is already in residential use, so we wouldn't consider that there's any significant new amenity impact from its use as a holiday effective by people now, and that would. There is sufficient parking space, more than sufficient parking space on site to meet the need. In terms of highway impacts, I mean, that use is unlikely to generate significant vehicular traffic over and above the annex use. Site access emerges onto a no-through road quite far down the road, so there's very low numbers of passing traffic. We wouldn't consider there is going to give rise to an unacceptable impact of the local road network. Just touching on ecology, within the ecology section of the report, it did say that there a condition would be imposed for the installation of bat and bird boxes, but actually missing from the list of conditions proposed in the application, so it would be a recommendation if members are to grant permission that add a condition to secure those biodiversity enhancements. But just to summarise, the proposed use of the building will be controlled by condition as either a holiday let or an we do not consider the use of the building would result in adverse impact on the area, neighbouring properties or on highway safety, and therefore our recommendation is to.
Mayor Mason, if you
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just make one observation, the audio seems to be cutting in and out a little bit, so I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I'll plough on if that's okay.
Yep, no problem. We can certainly hear you. So
Right.
start when you're ready, and I'll let you know when you've got a minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present Compton Bishop Parish Council objection to the planning application 00010. Compton Bishop Parish Council has previously objected to the developments in this area, and these have been refused by the Planning Inspectorate. Compton Bishop Parish Council is especially concerned that the actions to date have or will further, if this application is approved, have a negative effect on the neighbours in this otherwise quiet cul-de-sac. The council is concerned about the additional noise and disturbance that will be generated by the proposed short-term holiday lets, the accumulation of vehicles that will be visiting the site as a whole, and to access this and other businesses via the narrow access lane will result in significant disturbance to the neighbours. Compton Bishop Parish Council also note that the holiday let is already advertised and bookings taken ahead of the decision by Sedgemoor District Council, which demonstrates a disregard of the planning process. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Members, comments and questions, please. Councillor Bolt.
Just clarification, condition 3 is the bit about the annex and the holiday let. You don't have to come back to planning. The let fails, just automatically.
The conditions flexible enough that they can just choose the use without having further recourse to us, to do so. I just want to pick up on one point as well, if I may, just about planning history, because the parish council speaker did mention a refused application. If I can just go back to the aerial. So we previously had an application a year or so ago from the current applicants to retain a yurt that had been erected in this field here, and that was purported to be for holiday use. We didn't feel, so that would have been a new structure in an open field, and it wasn't well supported by a business case either. We didn't feel we could support that proposal, and we refused it planning permission. That was appealed by the applicants, and the appeal was dismissed. So that is what the parish council are referring to when they say applications have been decided and refused. We feel in this circumstance that the circumstances are different. We are talking about the use of an existing building, within an existing residential complex. So there are differences between the proposed and the business plan that we've had, notwithstanding some the comments of the ED officer that it didn't deal with all the revisions. She still said it's still significantly better than what we've had with the yurt, which was fundamentally unacceptable and poorly. So there are, in our view, significant between the two, hence different recommendations.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. And the other that I was going to speak about the fact that they've. Is that correct?
If they put it to that use and they don't have planning permission, there is the potential for action. But what we have to just take into account today is just the planning merits. Obviously, the decision would be taken today, just for argument's sake, say members grant it, then they have the holiday use. So any bookings from here on in would not be unlawful at that point. They would be unlawful if members decide to refuse planning permission and then decide to put it to that use, and that would be then for us to decide whether we would take enforcement action.
Just sounded like it's participation, so that's not.
No, it's all about the use. No, there's nothing to stop them doing that market.
Councillor Pearce.
I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation to approve.
Just to confirm, that's with the additional ecological enhancement condition. Is that seconded? Any further? So, in favour of granting permission with the additional condition, show. carried as well. Right, members, I'm going to suggest that we take a short comfort break at that point, so we'll start at 10 past. 10 past 11, we'll restart. Thank you. Right, members, it's 10 past, so we'll restart again, please. If you can turn to your next application with the speaker present, which is page 60 and protest. Mr. Evans, I think you're introducing this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for an agricultural workers dwelling associated with Cobbs Cross Farm, which is located in Goathurst. Members may recall that there was an application brought in April 2021 for a similar proposal. This is an amended version of that scheme with a view to providing a fourth agricultural site. This layout just shows the location of the site. So the agricultural buildings, majority of the lodges are located in this area here. So the agricultural holding itself has been diversified into tourism, providing tourism accommodation as well as site activities as well associated with that. There are two existing dwellings associated with the holding to the northeast of the site, the primary farmhouse located at the entrance of Vandersfield Road there. The application site has an access which goes towards the tourism area here, and there's an internal access road which goes all the way down to the site here, which is just to the south of the area for the tourism lodges, which is what we're discussing today. The application is seeking consent for a single-storey bungalow to be used by an agricultural worker in association with Cobbs Cross Farm. The responsibilities of the occupant would be across the agricultural side of the business as well as the tourism side of the business, managing that side in terms of providing customer assistance and various services in relation to the accommodation that's already been permitted on site. Since the previous application for a dwelling was refused, Planning Commission has been granted retrospectively for existing tourism lodges on the site, which has brought the total of to 31 holiday lodges, 6 wigwams and 3 shepherd's huts located within this general area here. This is the proposal site. So we have an L-shaped footprint, which is single-storey in height, and be located in the centre of the site with additional tree planting around the boundaries. The access will come off the existing access inside the site. Highways have raised no objections, referred to their standing advice in this regard. In terms of the previous application for agricultural workers dwelling, there were 3 reasons for refusal. 2 of which were for the impact and visual amenity on the AONB and the surrounding area, and also for logical matters not addressed within the course of that proposal. In this regard, the proposal has been amended in terms of the scale and design of the bungalow. It has been reduced down in height, and it's been reorientated so that it has its northwest facing elevation much shorter than the length of the original bungalow. So in this respect, it is considered that the scale and design of the bungalow will have a reduced impact on the surrounding area. And while it is located away from the existing settled area of agricultural buildings and the existing farmhouse, it is considered that the position of the dwelling is related to the lodges that it would be used in association with, and also would be read in conjunction with those visually as well. So the area is, while it is detached from the main complex of buildings, there are existing buildings within the area that have facilitated this design and this location. In regards to ecology, there was an ecological assessment carried out of the site, which found that there was low to negligible impacts caused by the development as proposed, and therefore it's felt that those 2 reasons to refuse on the previous have been addressed within this proposal. So I'll just take members through the slides of the development. So we have the proposed layout internally, so all accommodation at ground floor level. There's a turning and parking area here. The applicants do have right of access over the public right of way, but it is also within the site. Is showing a 3-bedroom property, single story, with the layout shown there. And this is the proposal. So in terms of the scheme that was previously submitted, the height of the roof and the ridgeline is much lower than that was previously submitted, resulting in a lower impact than was submitted. So we're left with the primary reason for the recommendation is one of need and the functional test that would be required to facilitate the demand for an agricultural worker. Now, at the beginning of my presentation, I did mention this would be the fourth agricultural dwelling associated with the holding, and that would remain the case in this instance as well, as it was on the previous application. So, take members through the slides again. This is the application site here, as viewed from the from the internal road layout. This is a view taken from the site looking back towards the road layout. So beyond this hedgerow would be the lodges, just out of shot there. And then we're looking further north to the Contoc Hills A and B. Is at such a distance that it's not considered that based on the design elements that have been changed that there would be a significant impact. This is a view taken from the site looking back towards the southwest, just an indication of the sort of rolling nature of the landscape in the surroundings. This is a view taken back towards the holding and the existing accommodation that's been provided on site. So you can see the main farm complex in the background, the accommodation set in the foreground there. And this is a view taken off the site looking back towards the east, existing access into the adjoining fields. Christmas trees in the foreground. And this is a view just to sort of show the context of the site. So we have the site on the right-hand side here with the and the buildings located on the left-hand side within the adjoining site. This is a view taken back towards the site, so it just sort of emphasises the nature of dealing with in terms of the surrounding areas. So it's partly open but developed as well as part of the holding itself. So in terms of the primary issue with the application, the applicant has put forward a justification and a functional need assessment for the additional dwelling on site. While it would be convenient for an agricultural worker to have a dwelling on the site, it's not considered that there would be significant justification to carry that out based upon the fact that there are 3 other dwellings within the holding that would be able to facilitate some of the on-site requirements that are being put forward as the essential need for the dwelling. So, for example, meeting customers possibly late at night or dealing with matters during unsociable hours that may relate to the tourism business or indeed the agricultural side of things. There is a spread of responsibilities across the family which cover the various aspects of the holding and the business itself. But in this instance, it's still not considered that there would be significant need or change in circumstances that would require the 4th dwelling as part of the overall holding of the development. So in summary, the recommendation is to refuse consent based upon the fact that there is no justifiable need for the additional dwelling in addition to those that are already up. Thank you, Chairman.
Very much. Lyndon Brett, would you come forward, please? Three minutes.
Chairman and members, on the last occasion this proposal in principle came before DMC, the applicant and I were sent away to address the planning uses on which the business was predicated, which has been done, and more accommodation units are for to scope for growth as the business develops. That consent is in place, and I would suggest, therefore, case has been made and the application should be granted permission for Will Hardwick to be on farm in what is a truly multiple faceted farming enterprise. The case was made then, and the business has grown further as a result of staycation and flexible holiday offerings around shared or split weeks. The case is more clear now in terms of justification. Flexible holiday packages and mixed offering of accommodation type generates more work and employment locally. This business employs local people in rural communities where jobs are much in need. Unlike your average job, farming is a way of life with crossover in all elements. It is not compartmentalized, and there is sharing of tasks and need for multiple hands-on-site demands for animal husbandry, plus out-of-hours needs for the holiday and tourism. Although Will Hardwick is driving the successful holiday business, he is not able to live on site and resides in Taunton with his young family, hence the purpose of this application, so he can live on site for site management and security out of hours. Beef cattle are less demanding than holiday clients who can articulate well, are generally millennial or Generation X, where instant responses are deemed in the norm customer service. By way of an example, with son Rob away on holiday on Friday and Saturday, 2 call-outs past 10 o'clock occurred, one guest who could not open a door with a key, and the second with an issue to sort out, demanding it be done now. It would take Will 30 to 40 minutes to get there. In the meantime, other guests are having their holiday disrupted, with parents at 65 had to attend on both occasions. This is not an uncommon experience of out-of-hours. Tourism is acknowledged as a priority in Sedgemoor, and there is a policy to promote better tourism offering. And this is done at Secret Valley Enterprises and ticks all the boxes. On extrapolated data from Tourist Board, all business here would generate through churn 1 million of local business, adding monies into the local economy through clientele spend. This is a business where customer service is king, and positive testimonials are essential for maintaining peak bookings. The impact of social media around delayed or poor service can negatively impact on-site living for the applicant is essential. The location of the proposed dwelling at the end of the permitted on-farm holiday accommodation means that the site is covered at both ends, and its low-profile traditional Linné-style barn conversion design sits well in the countryside. Members supported the principle last time to regularising the holiday accommodation activities, which previously were not consented. In light of the brief advisory offered at the time, having secured consent, altered the dwelling.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, any comments or questions? Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman, councillors. Agricultural dwelling. Okay. I read through the paperwork on this once, and then I read through most of it a second time because I was so taken with the whole thing. The case officer's recommendation, I go against totally. I don't at all. I just listened to the speaker and I actually agreed with everything he said, and most of it I've written down anyway. Notwithstanding the fact that it complies with policy D10 anyway, rural workers. SCC, I've got no problem with this. Highways, standing advice. Environmental, no problem. Bearing in mind it's the second time round, and these family have gone to great lengths to appease the planning committee to do what has to be done to get this passed. AONB, not a problem. Goathurst Parish Council are absolutely fine with this and have said nothing negative against it, as is the neighbours. There is nothing I can see on here, nothing negative against this whatsoever, other than our own case officer who's saying this should be refused. The applicant's son, as quite rightly pointed out, is to come up from Taunton. Now, family always look after businesses much more than employees do. So to say this son, I don't know the fellow's name, has not provided a functional need. Okay, it's absolute nonsense. He should be there 24/7, as is okay. Might have a few other workers too, but just bearing in mind, if I'm reading this right, this property is over 400 acres, and I'm just reading what was written. Over 34,000 chickens, 180 cattle. 65 acres of this has gone to various crops. They've got wigwams, yurts, bell tents, shepherd's hut, and 31 holiday lodges. I'm not sure if that's still in the pipeline or not, including outdoor activities. You need more than one person to be there 24/7 to take care of that. And as the speaker pointed out, you have emergencies during the night. It complies with policy D2 of the local plan. If you look up on the screen at the main issues, points 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all positive. There's nothing negative against it whatsoever. Policy D25 of the local plan, it's fine. I could go on and on here about this, but this chap has proved beyond reasonable doubt, maybe not in writing, maybe not in facts and figures, but the family and the chap who wants this, beyond any reasonable doubt, that he's a valid reason to be there. It's convenient, of course it is, because they're saying it's only convenient. Of course it is. He has to come from Taunton, but the functional need is absolutely overwhelming, and I've no doubt about that whatsoever. To sum this up, apart from the fact this is the second time round, and the people, as we said, have gone to great lengths to amend this to make it as it should be, there is no technical reason, no legal reason, and no valid reason to refuse this, other than the fact that the case officer has said in his words that there is no functional need, which I think is absolutely, totally wrong, incorrect completely. On the back of everything I've just said there, before this goes any further, I recommend we grant permission. That's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Obviously, Councillor Hendry will come back to you for reasons. Go down that. Mr. Titchener then?
I'm happy to just pick up on some of these points because I was the case officer for the previous application. I brought the previous application to committee. So just, I guess there's 2 points. It's just setting out what the policy actually says for how we should determine applications of this nature, and just some of a bit more context on, because we've said that there's existing buildings on the site, there's existing dwellings on the site, and how that fits the application. So policy D10 relates to rural workers' dwellings. So it says outside of identified settlement boundary, erection of dwellings to meet the accommodation needs of permanent workers in agriculture or other rural bits, such as tourism, can be acceptable where the applicant can demonstrate that and to the criteria. So the dwelling is required to satisfy a clearly established existing functional need to live at or near their place of work in the countryside. Cannot be met within a rural business has been established for at least 3 years. The functional need could not be fulfilled by an existing, suitable and available dwelling on the unit or in the area, and that's relevant, I guess. The need could not be met, could not be fulfilled by another existing building capable of conversion on the unit or other building capable of conversion in relation to the functional need. So so that's the test we have to go through and apply for each dwelling of this nature on a site. So we have to be satisfied that there is a justification for a functional need specific for this dwelling, because they already have 3 dwellings. So what we had to go through was an understanding of what function and role those existing dwellings are doing. Is there a justification for another dwelling on top? And that's what we're having to look at here. And what I sort of outlined as part of the previous application is what, because there is a lot of activity going on the site, and it cuts across agriculture and tourism. Are doing so. There is an existing farmhouse which is right at the entrance to the holiday site. I don't know whether you're able to go back to the plans that show the site layout. Okay, so there's an existing farmhouse which is located here. So this is the entrance to the actual wider complex, and which is where the agricultural activities are take place, and the access to the tourism units which are here. So everyone has to go in through the site via there. So the farmhouse, as I understand, is occupied by one of the other family members, and their role is managing of the animal welfare. Then they also have these 2 cottages within the ownership. So they are slightly further divorced from the application site. So they're about 100 meters up. They are occupied by, one of them is occupied by applicants. So as we understand it from the managing both the farm and the tourism aspects of the proposed tourism function includes things like booking, housekeeping, catering. The other cottage attached to that is occupied by another farm worker. There are also various other part-time. So what we've had to look at is what is the particular functional needs that aren't being met by the existing 3 dwellings that would justify a further additional dwelling. And what we are being told is primarily the need arises from tourism functions. Primarily the tourism functions, because the son in this case is involved in holiday units on site. When we look through the case that was needed to do, which was things such as what the applicant, the agent has said, is just sort of some meeting people out of hours. Sometimes something happens out of hours. Then sometimes people get lost on site. Sometimes deliveries get lost. Taxis arrive. I also understand that the applicant's primary role in terms of they do a sort of meet and greet, sort of going around each of the units within the evening, which takes up about 2 hours in the evening, driving around, seeing whether the guests are okay, seeing if they wish to purchase anything, seeing whether any issues. Does that in itself generate a functional need for a further dwelling? It could not be met by the existing properties on site. And in our view, we didn't consider that in itself justified it, because say those things happen where there's not, say, a taxi turns up and someone gets lost. There are people living on the site could deal with those occasional issues. Does that generate a functional need? If we think of a functional need in the way we would for say this was a new agricultural workers dwelling, like if they were
carving, that's the kind of operation where we normally grant these things. They have to be on site 24/7, 365 days a year, because there might be carving activity happening at night, for example, at any time of year. And that's sort of the benchmark, I guess, about how we would assess the level. And then so we have to sort of make a comparison about, okay, we get that it is inconvenient for the applicant son to live elsewhere and have to come here to deal with some of these things, but there's lots of jobs like that don't necessarily generate a functional need. And so there is a difference between a convenience need and a functional need. And I think that's where we were coming from. Based on the case that had been put to us, we didn't feel that there was a fully fledged functional case for a further dwelling that couldn't be met by the existing dwelling. Hopefully that just provides a bit of context for where we've got to with our.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of members who've indicated. Councillors Murphy, then yes, and then back to Henry. So Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wonder if I might refer to a missive that's been sent to me by Councillor Reevens, wished to make his views known, and I would like to draw on that if I may. Or do you wish me to just make it on my own?
I think all members have been circulated Councillor Evans's
Right.
comments, but by all means, if
I
you
hope
have
so.
same views,
I think it's
reiterate them.
very important just to state that publicly, and I think, I feel sorry for the officer who's had to really think carefully about this. But some of the things that are said here are to do with the family running this project and having to look after things on a simultaneous basis 24 hours a day. And the son, the younger son, is living in Taunton, and he's been given the responsibility for doing that. And they are making the point that, and I think the gentleman who spoke before made the point that we take at least 40 minutes for them to get there on an emergency basis. And we are looking at three things, which one you haven't mentioned, is the livestock, which is fair enough. They have a livestock manager also. The tourism, which we all know is very variable, and admirable that the farm is diversifying. We have to salute them for that. But the third thing is its security. And the security is a 24-hour thing. And so that is what they're trying to say is convenience over anything else. I mean, you are saying that it's purely convenient and it's not necessarily essential. But in terms of running a diversified business, you need security as a key factor. And I think that would be something that would have to take into account. Several staff living nearby are not enough for a business that's going to continue to diversify. And we are calling on farmers to do that, and they need to do that. So I would have to say that we could say that any application for a rural workers dwelling could be argued that the functional need is a matter of convenience. So it's very, very marginal and joined. And I would have to say that your argument is on a balance. You know, sometimes we talk about the weight, don't we? We talk about the weight of one thing versus the weight of another. And I feel for you, because clearly there is a possibility here that the weight at various times during the year would spread straight into the need for an additional person. And it's this that we're dealing with. And I think that basis, the weight is in favor of this family trying to run its business and develop its business. And I think this is a modern concept, not an old concept. It's a modern concept in farming. I would say on that basis, my feeling would be that we grant them permission. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. My question was about the use of the existing buildings, and that's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got then Councillors Henry, Betty and Bolt.
Thank you, Chairman. Back to the case officer, he gave a long speech, which I appreciative, and that's very good. Thank you. But within everything you said there, you actually strengthened the case for having this granted. There is a need for this man to be there. There is no question in my mind at all. I heard everything that Councillor Murphy just said, and he's right too. There is no valid reason to turn this down. This particular new property that's been asked for, been before us again, gone away, been amended to suit the development committee, come back. There is nothing adverse against this. Nobody's complained about it. Nobody said anything, no overlooking. Everything's absolutely fine. If you can't grant something like this, how is a business supposed to be stable and grow? These things have to happen. and it's on their own land. It's not a problem with anybody. It's been screened off with trees. There's just so many positive aspects about this and nothing negative. There is no valid reason to turn this down, and I stand by the fact I said earlier, and yes, I stand by the fact I said I propose to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Would just say to members, obviously, in terms of, and as Murphy, the nail on the head, any decision that we make and any recommendation that comes from the officers is a question of balancing the weight of arguments in front of you. We have, as members will recollect on previous occasions, had applications for dwellings in the countryside that were based on security or other issues which we felt didn't carry enough weight. It'll be up to members to decide. I mean, obviously, the officer's recommendation has come down on the basis that they think, on the balance, that this is a matter of convenience rather than a matter of functional need. It's up to members to weigh that balance as well, and that doesn't mean we may come to a different conclusion. That's up for members' side, but that's where you need to justify why you come to that decision if we are going to go down that route, because there is evidence in front of us that have been presented by the officers and by the applicants for us to take the balance of those and make a decision based on that. Mr. Debris.
Apologies. This point probably wasn't worth all the effort. The difference, obviously, that you've heard from officers is officers don't consider the need for the fourth dwelling, given there's 3 dwellings there already. In terms of security, 3 of the dwellings you drive past to get to the site, so officers don't consider that to hold much weight on the determination. From what I'm hearing from members are sort of sounding like they are falling on the side that they're satisfied there is a functional need. In terms of the policy, if there is a functional need to be on site, what we would request in an application then would be a look at existing buildings, whether there's any potential to convert or change the use of any existing building, stop new development in the side, or a marketing exercise to see whether if they could be close to the centre, if there's any other available buildings that could serve that use, again, before normally consenting a new building. But that's the test we would normally go through the policy. If we thought there was a functional need, we would still usually look at existing buildings and surrounding marketing availability. We haven't got that exercise with this application as it is at the moment because officers didn't consider it a functional need. So it was shut down at that point. I think in discussion with officers who have been on site, I think we're probably informally comfortable that the buildings on site probably wouldn't be eligible for conversion. So I think through site visit and through evidence that I think we're probably that. The one thing that hasn't been done for this site is a review of other properties that might be available on the market close to the site that could serve that functional need, justifying more development in the side, but that's just for members to consider.
Thank you very much. If we then come to Councillor Betty and then Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion about these other houses, particularly 35 and 36 Cobbs Cross. Now, are these 2 agricultural workers' dwellings, or are they on the open market and rented out? Because obviously, if they're on the open market and can be rented out, then the applicant can just sell them like that. So they're not, might not be tied to any agricultural workers' dwelling anyway.
Let's take that.
And I'll have to say, so I mean the 2 properties at Cobbs Cross, so they are, as we understand it, owned by the applicants. They're not subject to they are, one of them is lived in by, they are living as close as they can to the site, and to sell it would put themselves, further distance away. And we don't have the control over that because they get to occupy. Understand your point there. So, but nonetheless, we still have to take them into account as properties. They're not rented; they are owned and part of the holding as part, and therefore form
Councillor Petty?
So I can't see how we can say then that there are suitable agricultural worker dwellings in the area already, because if the applicants wish to, they could sell them just like that or put them on the market. I agreed with everything that Councillor Hendry and Murphy have said, and I'd second Councillor Hendry's recommendation.
Okay, I'll stand to be corrected, but I think that other applications we've had, if farm holdings dispose of dwellings, that can be taken into account when we're then looking at whether they need an additional. Otherwise, we'd always be in the position of dwellings being sold off to need that. As my understanding is, these are in use by the family for other people who are engaged in the holding anyway. So our argument isn't that they're going to get rid of these, it's do they need a fourth? And if the committee come to the conclusion that there is a functional need for the fourth, then that's a reasonable decision for us to make. But it's not a question of whether they can or can't dispose of these. That's not going to be part of the equation on this one.
Put it on with that then, Mr. Chairman. So if these two houses were being rented privately by them, would we say that one of those then should vacate the property and this the applicant's son move into one of those then?
That would be a potential argument that could be made. If it was being used by someone that wasn't engaged on the farm, then that would be a property that could be used. In this case, it can't, because it's already being used by people who are engaged on the farm. So the applicants haven't done themselves any disservice by what they're doing. If they were trying to do something that way, then it would hurt their case. They haven't done anything that hurts their case in that particular instance. Councillor Bolt and then Councillor Grimes.
Thank you. Made a good speaking, feel that support of it. D10, other rural business, is another rural farm. Everybody's job specific. You said that they can, if they are house working, if there's anything going on with the cattle, livestock, anything else going on around the farm, somebody needs to be job specific to tourism. And that's where I'm saying that they have, in my mind, established an existing functional reason. Any other way. And you don't necessarily drive past three houses to get to that site. Majority of people, Sedgemoor Road, which means you site. So it is taking away that some of the reasons. Totally agree. And all the other. I see that they have made a case for a functional need, and it is a rural business. Acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Very difficult, isn't it? After listening to the debate, I tend to agree with the officer, because I don't believe the principle of development is justified in this case. But at the end of the day, it's a balancing act, and that's my thoughts at this moment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Following from Councillor Grimes, I think the thing for me is the question of why people who are living on site cannot fulfil the duties as described by the speaker. So I'm tending to agree with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you very much. Comments or
Councillor Pearce. Typically, I think that the tourists would service job specific, assist each other, justify it. specified somebody that's job specific electrics. I don't know. This hasn't come up. Assist people.
Councillor Murphy, and then I'm going to look to move to.
Just a little note. One of the things that I feel has not been stressed very much at all is the security of the farm. And one of the troubles that you have with a developing business is the multiplicity of security, the requirements, which I think add to the functional need that they have. And here they have an opportunity to make it much more secure. I mean, obviously, the family is growing and growing older, and the young members of the family are coming up. Now, we don't have to consider that. That's not something we can consider in a planning application, but it is there in terms of security. And by granting permission for them to consolidate on that farm, I believe we will be protecting them and their security for future years. And that is something I think needs to be thought of in terms of part of the weight that we talked about. I do appreciate this is very difficult for the officers, very difficult, very marginal in my opinion. But in this case, I believe we should come down on the side of the application from the family for security for the future. I'm sorry to waste any more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to Councillor Hendry in a moment, because just looking obviously for the reason recommendation, my understanding debate that's gone so far is it would be your reason for differing. Officer's recommendation is that it be your view that the committee believes that it has been demonstrated that there's a functional listing for the further fourth permanent dwelling to the agricultural and tourism needs of this enterprise.
If you look through the actual case officer's notes, there is no negative point in reality other than whether you can prove, as you just pointed out, a functionality of the thing or the convenience. And if you take it down to that, everybody else has actually said pretty much the same thing, that it actually is functional, and that's where we are. So yes, I stand by everything I've said. I don't deviate from any.
Just we need to have a valid planning reason, and I think we're happy that we've got a reason for that. Obviously, if there's a recommendation that's been moved for permission, I would suggest we need to be looking at, obviously there would need to be relevant conditions were that passed. Normally we would do that as conditions to be agreed with chair and vice chair, but I think there are some that we would need to highlight just so members the guide as to what that is likely to be.
Thank you. So just listening to the debate and sort of considering where members might be wanting to go with this, in terms of conditions that would be likely to be recommended in the event that members are voting to support the forced dwelling, we'd be looking at the standard conditions, so time limit and materials. They tend to go on most applications. There would be a limiting condition, limiting the occupation of the unit to someone actively involved either within the holiday accommodation, so it would end up being tied to that particular enterprise because of the just need. We would be recommending removal of permitted development rights because it's countryside location, A1B, relatively sensitive, obviously designed to reduce impact. So we'd like to keep control on any permitted changes to the building beyond what's shown on the details. Details of boundary treatments, given it's in quite an isolated location, be it sort of close to some of the tourist lodges, you wouldn't see 1.8 board fencing around it. And biodiversity enhancements in terms of construction, but wording of that would be chair and vice chair. If you're happy with that or wanted to suggest any additional ones, please feel free to do so.
I think the only one that I'd highlight in addition to that is normally in this sort of rural location we would have some form of lighting condition just to make sure that suitable lighting was controlled. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Listening to my fellow councillors, what they've been saying, I am still of the opinion, I think that the officer has called it right this time. And I would be supporting what the officer said.
Okay, thank you very much. Comments. So we have the recommendation to grant permission proposed and seconded on the grounds that there has that is the committee's view that there has been an established functional need. Outline of conditions has been raised with members, but obviously those have been finalised with chairman and vice chairman so that we can make sure wording is. Any other comment? Fine. So the recommendation then is to grant permission subject to those conditions as outlined for reasons. Those in favour, please show. And those against, please show. Total 8. So permission granted. Right, members, that takes us on to the next application. I haven't got any speakers, I don't think. So we've gone back on page 14, please. And we move into Brentnall. And Mr. Evans, it's still with you, please, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for two detached dwellings located to the rear of 111 Brent Street in Brentnall. The application is a resubmission of a previously approved scheme, which remains extant for just shy of a week. So it was granted almost 3 years ago on a delegated basis for the erection of two detached dwellings to the rear of 111 Brent Street. We're now looking at an alternative scheme here, which has reduced the size of the dwellings and has provided a pedestrian access from Brent Street alongside the vehicular access that was proposed previously. So the application site is located here in the red line. 111 Brent Street is a two-storey dwelling with a side-attached single-storey pitch protrusion there. The previous planning application that was approved required the removal of a large section of 111 to facilitate the vehicular access off Brent Street to the rear of the property to serve as access and turning and parking for the proposed dwellings. This alternative scheme has reduced the requirement to remove as much as was previously permitted. So now we just see the removal of the existing single-storey section of the build, and the vehicular access will go along the boundary there. There will be a dedicated pedestrian access alongside that, as well as parking for the street to the front, which is consistent with the existing situation that's on site now. So the two dwellings will be situated to the rear. This plan also indicates that there have been positive planning permissions for detached dwellings located on the two adjoining plots nearby. So just to give an idea of the consistency that exists along here. And like I said, this site has benefited from planning permission as of 3 years ago. So the site itself is located, again, you've got plots C and B here. Plot A is 111 Brent Street, but in effect, we're looking at two dwellings and a detached garage with a turning and parking area in the centre shared by both properties. Each property will be served by a large garden area and see the aspect from Brent Street really unaffected by the proposal. So in terms of this plan, we have a side-by-side comparison of what was approved and what has now been proposed. So as you can see, the plots were set back slightly from the centre of the site. Plot C did incorporate a integral annex accommodation as well, hence its larger footprint. However, this has been removed from the proposal, and now we're just looking at two detached dwellings, single occupancy proposals. Also, the single-storey extension to the rear of 1 Street is also removed from this scheme. So we're just looking at two dwellings rather than the additional elements that were previously approved. These are the proposed front and rear elevations of the dwellings. So we have a double gable feature to both the front and the rear with a external chimney on the side. The linear nature of the property in the bulk is broken up by using gabled side elevations as well. which breaks down the bulk of the property, while large in footprint, will not be massive in terms of size and scale. Height and the materials and the design are all considered appropriate and consistent with what previously be on a smaller scale. This is the proposed vehicular access from Brent Street, just to give an indication of the visibility displays that would be proposed. So there would be vehicular access for the proposed dwellings coming down to the side of 11 Street, existing vehicular access retained for existing property with parking and turning located at the front as existing. This is the rear of 11 Brent Street, so we'd be looking roughly at the front of the proposed plots. The garden itself widens as it comes to the south, so this just gives you an idea of what would be the rear elevation of the property. This section of the building here will be removed to provide the access, and this will also be retained for garden area for the existing property there. This is a view taken from the southern boundary of the site. There will be some tree removal as a result of the development. However, I believe we have a landscaping condition included with the proposed recommendation, as was previously consented, and therefore will provide some compensatory landscaping along the boundaries of the site to soften the from vantage points field within the countryside. However, it's not considered that based on its location and scale that there would be a significant either within Brent Knoll itself or the vantage points of the surrounding area. This is another view of the southern boundary of the site, just alongside the existing trees. The trees inside the site are of a smaller nature, but we would be looking to seek retention of trees where we can, and also provide compensatory landscaping as well. And just another view of the existing land beyond to the south. So the site backs onto the countryside, enclosed by the existing tree planting. This is a view taken from the front of the site, so the single-story projection on the side there will be removed. The access will go alongside 11 Street, and this area here will be retained for the turning for the existing. And this is a close-up view of that direction of the access as well. In terms of updating the report, the recommendation was subject to a delegated approval on the basis of the Environment Agency coming back to us in regards to an updated flood risk assessment which we received after the application was registered. The Environment Agency have now confirmed that their objection has been withdrawn. The flood risk assessment has addressed their concerns, but they do recommend a couple of additional conditions in relation to the flood finished floor levels of the existing building, of the proposed buildings being conditioned, and also the flood resilience measures set out within that flood risk assessment being incorporated in the construction of dwellings themselves. I do not believe these are particularly onerous, so we will recommend the application for approval, the additional conditions relating to flood risk, both in terms of floor levels and flood resilience construction. As I said, the application is fairly consistent with what was submitted, and is recommended for approval once again. Thank you, Chairman.
Just to get it clear, in effect, the recommendation from which was delegated authority no longer needed. It's a grant permission subject to the.
That's correct. Yes, the Environment Agency have confirmed they no longer object to the application. So while the report was written at a time when we weren't sure that was the case, we now have that confirmed. So it's just granting permission subject to those conditions.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions, please? Councillor Bolt.
Okay, it's only the parish council's objection, which has got this.
Yes, sorry. Yes, the application has been brought to you before because of the objection from the parish council in this case. Obviously, we didn't receive an objection from them.
I was going to say this is an objection for this one, Mr. Carey.
No, this purely for this one.
Any comments? Councillor Hendry.
I recommend to go with the officer's recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Just to be confirmed, that's the updated recommendation with the additional conditions.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. It's just we need to have it edited as such. So, Councillor Bolt, you're seconding. Councillor Murphy, were you just okay? So we have that proposed and seconded to grant permission with the additional conditions. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Turn to page now 20. Water, Evans again.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the change of use from an existing dwelling to a HMO with 8 bedrooms. This is a retrospective application. Property is located along Taunton Road, number 39 Taunton Road. So it's in an area where there are some detached properties located on sides of the highway. The site itself benefits from an existing vehicular access, which comes off of Taunton Road at this point down here, and serves a number of the properties along the back lane there. The application site is outlined in red on the screen. So basically, there are no changes to the plans or to the site or the dwelling itself or the property itself. Merely just a change of use of internal to be used as a HMO. The as in use floor plans have been provided. So we have 8 bedrooms across 3 floors. There's the kitchen and conservatory to the rear, with 2 on the ground floor. We have 4 on the first floor and 2 on the second, accessed by the internal landings and stairs. This is an additional plan that we've received, just indicating the location of the existing park and the waste storage, which was raised as a concern by the town council. So the site itself is within an area where there are front and rear gardens, so there are plenty of space within the curtilage to provide storage for both vehicles and refuge. So there is no issue in terms of storage being left on the road or inconveniencing pedestrians or self. So the property itself is here. As you can see, there are no changes. It's fairly consistent with what the street's seen. The applicant has indicated that the existing front side of the property is used for bin storage. So within the curtilage, within the boundaries of this. This is a view of the existing vehicular access, which is a door leading to the rear curtilage, which is used for several vehicles, all of which can gain access from the site into the lane and onto the highway if required. The site itself is in a fairly sustainable location, so while there is on-street parking quite extensively, there is a sustainable location with various opportunities to use public transport, both rail and on-road. So it's not considered that the parking issues that have been raised are of a concern in this case, and will not lead to added pressure to street parking along Taunton Road. While there is some limited parking, this is controlled, but the majority of the highway is. So there is, like I said, there is off-street parking provided at the site, which should not inconvenience. So in summary, the application site is located in a sustainable location. The site itself has been subject to a license from Sedgemoor District Council for a HMO. So the level of accommodation is considered to be acceptable. There's no physical alteration, so no impact on residential amenity, and it's considered the curtilage itself can provide adequate storage for both vehicles and bins and recycling. So the recommendation is to grant consent.
Comments or questions, please? Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chairman. HMO from a B&B. A couple of points wasn't mentioned there, but it's in the paperwork. It's asked for 8 bedrooms, which they obviously have, and is 2 more than actually states is allowed for in this. It's not a deal breaker, but it's not right, and it's not actually within the guidelines either, but it's okay. As a change from C3 residential to C4 commercial, that's fine. The place, all it's got 8 rooms, 4 showers, 4 toilets, 1 kitchen. That's never a perfect arrangement at all. That actually brings conflict with people who want to use toilets and showers at the same time, but it's not a problem. It's not a planning problem. It's just an observation. Waste and recycle thing, I think, has been dealt with, because I did read through the paperwork on this, and I think that it was pointed out as a problem that seems to be dealt with. The the parking at the rear in tandem is absolute waste of time, and everybody knows that. We've had this before, tandem parking. But that said, they do have parking elsewhere, and not all 8 people will probably have a vehicle anyway, so it's acceptable. So although this is not a fantastic application, it's certainly not perfect. I'm sure it's acceptable in its own way. So at this moment in time, I don't have a big problem there. It's okay.
Do you want to clarify the issue about 6 and 8 in terms of HMOs?
Yes, the general permitted development order allows existing dwellings to be converted up to including 6 occupants or living under one roof, not related but sharing amenities and the facilities. Once you get past 6 and go up to 7, planning permission is required. So obviously we're dealing with an 8 in this case, and therefore the application is required on the number alone. But my understanding is it has been subject to licensing. So in terms of the internal accommodation, it's considered to meet the Sedgemoor District Council licensing requirement. From a planning perspective, yes, it is a high number in terms of accommodation, but it is considered that if the dwelling itself can accommodate that with all the necessary ancillary case.
On the last slide you put about the licensing. So am I right in thinking, so this has already been used as an 8-bed HMO then for 6 years? Correct?
This is a retrospective application. My understanding is that it was licensed in both 2015 and 2021, but whether it's been used as such in that respect, I'm not entirely sure. I've seen their most recent license, but that's anecdotal, I believe, from the applicant. Certainly, we are dealing with a retrospective proposal in this case, so they're looking to regularise an existing situation. They're applying for planning permission.
So my main concern here then is because we've got retrospective here, but if they're asking for a license, then surely the enforcement team should have known that they were proposing to change this building to a HMO back in 2015. They got a license for it, but we had no planning for it.
We're just looking at the detail of the comments we've received in that respect. I think the licensing, not sure if that is a license that has run from 2015 to 21 or whether it's a license you have to renew annually. So maybe it started in 15, stopped, and then started up again in 21. Need to look into that. It is ongoing at the moment, but we can't say hand on heart or on for continuously. But the applicant, I think, came to us. I don't think enforcement was enforcement generated. So the applicant is seeking to regularise things. It's not been a matter that's come in because of enforcement investigations. But I do accept the point that licensing and planning a bit more step on that sort of thing.
That's Pierce.
Could we have the slide with showing the layout of the house, please? In particular, the first floor. I accept what's been said about the dimensions being acceptable. But just looking at that, a couple of the rooms do look small, and I can't count. Is it 4 rooms first? So it's two in the front, is that? And then the one behind. And then could you just go through what the other? I can't see from here.
Okay, yeah, sure. So the ground floor has room 1 and room 2. Okay. The first floor has room 3, 5, 6. Then we have 7 and 8.
Clarification was what the other rooms were. If you could just indicate bathrooms and what the other areas are.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So we have an ensuite here, and then we have a shower room here. I believe this is a closet shower here, and there is a water closet here as well, just off the conservatory. So we have several toilets and shower rooms, 2 shower rooms shared, and then 1 suite there. So room 3 has the in-room provisions, but the remainder remain shared.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Room 6 does look very small. Is it in scale? Drawing or?
I mean, it's drawn as a sketch. It's scale 1 to 100. So if we were to measure it, we would assume that it is actually it is correct in terms of dimensions.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
It's been given.
Henry?
Thank you, Chair. So I missed something. There's no mention of fire regulations or fire escape or this type of thing. The reason I mention that at all is I sold a place like this a year ago, about the same size as that, and we had to have fire escape windows in it. And they are some very specific fire escape windows. They're not just standard windows at all. I've looked through the paperwork, and again, just if I've missed something, there's nothing there, especially because it goes up to the 2nd floor. So if there is no fire escape windows, and you do grant permission, which I'm fine with that, couldn't we stipulate there has to be something in there to go with that?
Okay, going to be corrected, but my understanding would be if we grant permission, it's still going to be subject to building regs and other organisations. So they could potentially have planning permission for it. If they can't implement it because of building regs, then they'll be back to us for a different application. But
yeah, I mean, that would be correct. There will be other regulatory regimes that they will need to comply with, licensing, and building control for any alterations. You know, if they, as an HMO, it wouldn't have permitted development rights to change all the windows. So if that requirement came in on the back of something else, then we would obviously see that through an application.
Henry.
Okay, on the basis of everything's been said so far, I'm quite happy to put forward sort of recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Murphy? Thank you. But seconded. To grant permission, all those in favour, please show. Okay. Clearly carried. Right, members, I believe that brings us to the end of the applications we have. So I'll ask Mrs. to take us to the reports, starting on page 107. That could be fairly brief because it's short. So members, that's, as I say, 127, it's agenda item 6.1. Page 157.
Lovely, thank you. So it's just quickly running through the reports we've received. So we've received one appeal, which is an application against a delegated refusal for siting of a shepherd's hut, which was for agricultural workers' welfare and formation of a screening hedge. It was refused under delegated powers, so it's in, but not determined yet.
Over the page 6.2.
And this is just a record of the development certificates. So we've granted planning permission for certificate of lawfulness for the existing use of a 1st floor of an outbuilding as a residential dwelling. We use 21 Broadway, Chiltern. And we've also granted a lawful development certificate for continued use of an annex as a dwelling. They would have, in that case, shown that they've breached the annex condition. Excess of 10 years.
Again, I'm not seeing any queries. Thank you very much. Members, that brings us to the conclusion of this morning's business. So we'll close the meeting and restart this afternoon at 2. Thank you very much. .2 so if we can make a start. Can I welcome you to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the committee. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we get underway. There's no planned fire drill this afternoon, so if alarms go off, then they are the real thing. Your safe exit is back through the doors you came in through or out through the side. Officers and members will show you where to safely congregate outside the building in the case of fire. If you need toilet facilities during the meeting, they're through the central doors at the rear of the hall. And if you need to have a drink, there is glasses and water on the right-hand side of the room at the rear as I'm looking at it. Could I ask if any members of the public or members of the committee, if you've got your mobile phones with you, please can you turn them off or turn them to silent just so they don't interrupt the meeting. And just so you know who's in front of you this afternoon, to my right are officers from our legal section and democratic services. To my left are officers from the planning team presenting the applications before us this afternoon. I think we're also joined online by our portfolio holder, Jill Slocum. The meeting today is again being held as a hybrid meeting, which basically means that members are meeting in the canal side at North Petherton, but we're also broadcasting through Teams, and we're joined by members of the public, both in the room. It's worth pointing out that only members who are present actually in the room are able to vote on the applications before us this afternoon. The format of the meeting is as per the agenda that's been circulated, and for those who are joining us online, that can be seen through the council's website. We'll take each application in turn. Officers will outline the background and detail of the application, then call forward the public speakers if there are any registered. After that has been, we've heard from the public speakers, members will then debate and ultimately decide on the application. The format they'll follow is that following the debate, there'll be a proposer for a particular resolution that will then be seconded. They'll then vote on it, and we will then make it clear as to how that has been carried out and what the vote. So if we move to our agenda for this afternoon, I think first item is apologies. Do we have any, please? Yeah, I will certainly do that. Thank you very much for reminding me. Just again, for members of the public and for members, this meeting is being recorded, so you can actually view it later on, should you wish. Ms. Taylor, are there any apologies?
Yes, Chairman, apologies.
Thank you very much. Item 2 is urgent business. I've not been advised of any urgent business that isn't covered by our agenda. Item 3, public speaking time. For members of the public, for those of you who register to speak either with us in the room or online, just to remind you, we'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. For those of you who are in the room with us, you'll see that we have a clock on the front which shows the amount of time you've got left, so it shows how much time you've got. And if you can bring your comments to a close before 3 minutes is up, that would be appreciated. Those of you joining us online to speak, obviously you can't see the clock, so when there is a minute of your time left to go, I'll interrupt you just to say that you've got a minute of time left. Again, if you can draw your comments to a close within that minute, that would be appreciated. Next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations for this afternoon's business? Yes, we'll start with Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's on page 67. It's a non-registrable one, as it's in my ward, and I'm also a member of Overy Parish Council, but I took no part in any of the discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Yes, items 74, 7 and 85, county division not taking part.
Thank you. Any other declarations? I'm not seeing any. So for members of the public, it's important that you know if there's a background involvement that members may have had on an application. Where you've heard members declare they've taken no part at an earlier stage, that's basically because we have a standing order within this committee which says to avoid members being predetermined, in effect, making their mind up before they come to the committee, they can either be involved at the town and parish council decision-making level or at the district. They can't do both. So where you've heard members declare they've taken no part in those discussions, it enables them to come to this meeting, debate and decide. Had they been involved at the town and parish, they would have to leave the room and not take part in the discussion or the vote. Move then on to the next item on the agenda, which is the applications themselves. I think the first application we have this afternoon is on page, with a speaker present, is page 67, I think, Overy. And Ms. Chorley, I think you're introducing this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for the erection of a single dwelling and creation of access so here we've got this the aerial site, which just shows you that is this area here. It's within the built-up area, surrounded by other dwellings. just looking at it in plan form, so this is the existing access up to the property Ingleside. So they've got their driveway and parking, that fairly central spot, and then generous rear garden. Proposal before today is for a new access along Rye Lane and for a dwelling sited in this. So the location plan here shows the area in question outlined in red and the remainder of the property and the garden contained within. So that's the existing site plan there. There are some outbuildings which you'll see in some of the. And this is the proposed new dwelling. So there's boundary treatment. The north, the west, the dwelling here, boundary treatment south here. This would be the garden area. And this is access by lane with area for turn. So onto the elevation drawing, you've got a 1.5 dwelling. This is the elevation that would. This is the rear elevation. Side elevation that would be facing. South elevation that would that rear side garden area. And you can see how it would appear from the street scene. So that side garden area, you can see, so there is parking and turning it, and that's the roof. So internally, at ground floor, an open plan kitchen, dining room proposed, a lounge, bedroom, bathroom, and utility, and at first floor, 2 ensuite bedrooms. So just to give you a bit of a further indication as to the site itself, these are some photos taken from within, looking at across, so here looking north, back towards the dwelling house, and looking over to the south where that existing. And here we've got some doing a little bit more of the site. So this is the entrance of Keynes Lane, the parking and turning area that serves the dwelling areas. That would all be aimed. And these 2 bottom photographs are just to give you a bit of an idea of the context of the street scene. So you've got bungalows, single-story bungalows, Ingleside as a bungalow itself, and so the 2 dwellings to the north. And further south, there are 2 as well. So context, this is the application site in this. There is obviously an established hedgerow that would need to be accessed. So in terms of the key issues, we are within the settlement boundary within the built-up residential area. The principle of a new dwelling in that location is therefore acceptable, subject to a detailed assessment of site constraints and the proposal in front. The existing dwelling, Ingleside, is located fairly centrally. That does present a challenge in that there is a less area of rear garden. There is a new access proposed from Rye Lane. There's no objections from highway view. The key issue really from perspective is the size and scale of the dwelling proposed versus the site constraints, proximity to the rear and the side boundary. If I just take you back to the proposed site plan, it's less than a metre to the rear boundary here and a metre of side boundary. And what you have looking at the floor plans means that these goes to the rear will have an outlook onto that rear fence, and that does mean that bedroom particularly, that is the only. There is quite a limited amount of amenity space to serve a 3-bedroom dwelling with just the side garden only. So in terms of impact, concerned about the level of amenity for future buyers, both in terms of outlook and the size of the garden area that would serve the, and also the size of the property and its scale in relation to the existing property. So just popping back to this slide here, you can see this is the area that will. Everything is relatively detached, quite generous plot. We have proposed is something that will be sit very tight, being quite a tight plot, quite a small area of land. It will sit slightly forward the existing, and having that front projection as well will accentuate. Concerned about both impact on the street, the dwelling of the size and scale is, and also. So we are of the opinion that a dwelling on the site, but it would need to be of a smaller scale, sit comfortable in that. In terms of highways, parking, those matters could be addressed by way of condition. So it, as I say, our concerns are limited. The recommendation at the moment for the application is.
Thank you very much. As you'll see, we have a speaker. Clive Miller, would you like to come forward, please? Again, just to remind you, you've got 3 minutes on the clock. Please start whenever you're ready.
Chairman, good afternoon, everyone. We all seem to agree that this is a suitable infill site, and disagreement is confined to the size of the dwelling in relation to the plot, the amount of private amenity space, and the proximity of the garden fences to the side and rear to a downstairs bedroom window. Your policy DM25 does not specify a numerical minimum for amenity space, but relies on judgments being made about privacy, overlooking loss of light, visual dominance, and the living conditions of future occupiers. Policy D2 concerns achieving an acceptable design. This plot measures 420 square metres. Footprint of the dwelling is 95 square metres at 23% of the plot. Far lower than on many, many plots, as can be seen actually in the location plan to which you're referred. We don't consider 23% to be an overdevelopment. 100 square metres on this site are needed for access, parking and turning. Remaining 225 square metres comprise the garden areas, of which at least 65 square metres are available to the south of the dwelling for totally private amenity use. This is an area 8 metres by 8 metres, approximately the area contained by these desks here. Surely more than sufficient for sitting out and relaxing in total privacy with a south-facing aspect. The rear boundary is to be enclosed with a 1.8 metre close-boarded fence, 1 metre or so from the dwelling. Concern about the proximity of the boundary to the window of the downstairs bedroom seems to be the main issue. But many houses are permitted with windows in such positions. And of course, the use of such a room downstairs can be flexible according to the needs of the household, whether for sleeping, studying, working, watching TV, whatever. But it's not considered that having a room with a restricted outlook is in itself a justification for refusing this application, especially when all the other rooms in the house do have a good outlook. There are no neighbour objections whatsoever to this application, and the Parish Council supports the application. Finally, design, something of a subjective matter. This street has a very wide range of ages, styles, sizes, density, and orientations of dwellings. In my view, it's an overstatement to say that this particular design is incongruous or inappropriate. My own view is that the design actually is simple, well proportioned, overall pleasing in appearance. And materials, I'm sure, can be left to be addressed by condition, given that we're not in a conservation area or within the setting of a heritage building. So in considering the planning balance here and the general presumption in favour of approving applications, I would invite you to agree that this is an acceptable proposal, that there are not sufficient tangible and objective planning grounds or conflicts with policies to justify refusing this application. So hope
Thank
therefore...
you. I will have to, sorry, I have to call time on you there, but thank you very much. I think the committee has certainly got got the gist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Betty.
I know the area very well, having lived in Overy my whole life. I can only agree with what the speaker has said about the area, the plot of land. I visited the plot of land when this come up just to see it for the planning, this meeting. I don't think it'd be an overdevelopment of the site. So I'm against the officer's recommendation on this. But I'll listen to the debate.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman, Councillors. Could we go back to slide number 2, please? Which is the one we're talking about, highlight it again? Ah, that's right. The plots immediately below that, 1 and 2, have done almost exactly what they're asking to do. Because they've got properties that they've put probably one time as their garden, but they've done exactly the same. So it's not totally out of place for that third and albeit slightly smaller plot. What Councillor Betty just pointed out is actually quite correct. If you buy a new house in a brand new development today, the house goes right up to the boundary fence. The gardens are not particularly big, and the boundary fence is actually both sides, and the house goes right up to it. And you see that in all the new estates. It's not quite as bad at all as I think the case officer's making it out to be. I'm not fully in favour at this minute, like Councillor Betty, I'll let what other people have to say, but it's not actually that bad, to be honest, at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Could we go to the slide number 3 you've got there, please? Can you tell me how far from the back of the property to the fence is? It looks is very narrow.
Ms. Joy.
Area here to the back of the dwelling that's proposed. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
0.8 meters out of this area here.
Very tight. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Just pointing out as well that the distance from this to the rear of the new proposed dwelling, that's a 6 meter distance. To give you an indication of in terms of its proximity to the area of land that they will have retained.
Councillor Hendry again.
Staying on that same slide, something I just didn't realise, I've obviously got it wrong, but Councillor Grimes picked up. The back fence that's against the property where you've got the arrow on now, I actually thought the other fence behind that was, that one was a property line, but it's not, is it? It's the one right beside the property. And you say 0.08?
0.8 meters distance between the residents.
Yeah, it is pretty tight. It is, yeah. In fact, it's a bit too tight, to be honest. Okay.
All questions from me. Councillor Grimes.
Yeah, after looking at that, I'm sorry, I can't accept that this is a suitable distance from a property to the fence. So I'd like to move the Occupancy's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Going back to what I said just for a second ago, I'm going to second Councillor Johnny Grimes. However, I think it'd be a fair assessment to say to the applicant that perhaps if they went away and came back with a smaller development, would that be a reasonable request?
I think from what I understand, that is in effect the position of the officers as well, that we're a slightly, that this site is certainly developable. It's just whether this is too large.
It's way too tight at the moment. Well, that's my opinion anyway. Yeah, so they go away and perhaps come back with a reconfigured, redesign something. So on that basis, I'll second Councillor Tony Grimes.
Okay. Further comments before we go to it? Now, the recommendation has been moved and seconded to refuse permission as the favour, please show. Those against, please show. Abstentions? Clearly carries, so that permission is refused. Right, members, if you turn to page 74, speaker present. Move to the parish of Spaxton. And Ms. Elvey, I think you're presenting this one.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. This application's on land to the west of Splat Lane in Spaxton, and the proposal is for a self-built dwelling with a garage, formation of driveway, access alterations and landscaping, and retention of a poly So this slide lists the relevant policies in the local plan, with the main considerations being the principle of the development, visual and residential amenity, highway safety, and ecological issues. There's an error, ignore flood risk, sorry. That should... Okay, so the application site lies within the parish of Spaxton, just to the north of the main village centre. So it's to the west of Splat Lane, which is a Class C road. The site is currently a field with some apple trees towards the southern part of the site, but the rest is later grass. The application seeks consent for the erection of a dwelling and a garage. The scheme also sets out to regularise the polytunnel currently on site, used for a domestic level of food growing. The polytunnel, as circled in purple, has a footprint of 5.5 by 4.3 metres, and its maximum height is 2.4. The proposed house will have a pitch roof finished with render and red stone to the wall with brick detailing. The roof will be finished with red double Roman roof tiles, and the property will be served by a single story lean-to projection. So we move on now to site photos. So the red arrow indicates where the access to the field is. So this is a view towards the north along Splat Lane. Oh, okay.
Is anyone else looking at a green field, or are you still looking at a elevations plan? Yeah, fine. Okay, I'll swivel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a Google Street image from March 2021, and as it looks into the site, so where that gate is the field access. These are now photos from within the site. So on the sort of aerial photo there, you can sort of see where the photos are taken from. So this is a view towards the residential properties that are there. Again, views towards the neighbour to the north that's taken slightly different positions, sort of closer to the where the access is. So these are some photos looking towards the corner of the plot. There you can see where the polytunnel is, so it's against the boundary, shared with the property to the south of the site. And more view. As you can see, the site isn't level. It does have dip. So, considering the principle of the development, policy D9 of the local plan allows for small-scale self-build schemes that are outside of but well related to the settlement boundary, as long as the other criteria set out in can be met. The development boundary is shown in green on this map. The site is adjacent to the development boundary along both the northern and southern boundaries. There is evidence for a local need for plots, and the future occupant is on the self-build register with a local connection. If consent were to be granted, a condition would be imposed to ensure the future occupier of the unit is the applicant. Design of the proposed dwelling, which we'll look at in detail on the next slide, is considered to be high quality and to complement the existing built form, which has a mix of property characters and sizes. Development site is in distance of the village amenities as well, as you can see the schools there to the south and the village hall, and there's also a shop. Because of this, the criteria of the self-build policy is considered to be met, and therefore the principle of development is considered to be supported. Moving on to other issues in respect to the visual amenity, impacts of the development. In considering the vicinity, there is a mixed character of properties in terms of size, scale, and material choices. The application site level is set higher than Splat Lane, but this is similar as the site level for the dwellings to the north and south of the site. Levelling works are proposed, and this would reduce the level of the land by approximately a metre. The resultant ridge height of the proposed dwelling would then be approximately 2 metres higher than the adjacent dwelling. So that's both the dwelling to the south and the. When this is combined with the distance from these properties and the setback from the road, The overall impact on the street scene is therefore not considered to be out of keeping with the existing built form. The dwelling is proposed to be finished in materials that match the palette of the existing built environment, and the polytunnel that is to be retained is well screened from public vantage points, and therefore not considered to be an unacceptable visual addition. When considering issues relating to residential amenity, the proposed dwelling is an appropriate distance from other properties, and combined with the site level reduction, it's unlikely to result in an unacceptable level of overshadowing or overdominance of neighbouring areas. In respect of overlooking, a condition is proposed to ensure that first floor windows on the side elevations, so the north and south, are obscure glazed and have restricted opening capabilities. In terms of the amenities of future occupants of the property, all proposed habitable rooms are adequately served by natural light and national space standards met. The ancillary buildings are to be set closer to the boundaries with the neighbouring properties. However, due to the size and scale of these structures, it's not considered to be unacceptable. In terms of highway safety, the proposal will alter the existing field access, and the works are considered to comply with standing advice. Appropriate conditions will also be used if consent were granted to ensure that the standards are maintained to ensure the safety of highway. In terms of ecology, a preliminary ecological appraisal has been undertaken and submitted. Relevant conditions have been suggested to ensure that appropriate mitigation and biodiversity enhancement. Overall, the principle of the development is acceptable, as the proposal is for a self-built dwelling adjacent to the development boundary. Site levelling works combined with the appropriate positioning and material choices are considered to not result in an unacceptable visual impact. Amenities of neighbouring occupants are considered to be detrimentally impacted, mentioned site levelling and the location of the dwelling. Standing advice in respect of highways can be complied with, and ecological enhancement measures can be conditioned. Such, the officer's recommendation is to.
Do we have a speaker here? Lyndon Brett, would you like to come forward? Good afternoon again. That whenever you want.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. Agents and applicants are encouraged to participate in pre-application dialogue with planners, and from the outset, we have fully engaged. This is a qualifying self-build, and development has been contained to a single plot to create a home for the applicants in a village where they reside and where they have lifetime connections. This site was in fact suggested for development by the team looking at the village plan, but the self-build proposal was already in planning stage, and their scheme would have involved more units and higher density development. This is a site which does not introduce a new access onto Splat Lane, merely modifies and improves an existing access through regrading to reduce gradient at the entrance. The access is well used at present, and the land is used in conjunction with the applicant's existing cottage. As a result of pre-application advice, alterations to this design were reflected in pre-submission variations around fenestration, design details and material palette, but not footprint size or overall appearance. The proposal is linked to larger land ownership, which the applicants use for livestock, geese, chickens and sheep, orchards and vegetables under cultivation, which help them be self-sufficient. Frontage is limited and widens out to the west, so the scheme has little impact on the street scene, as a window of vista from the south is blocked by the corner house and fenced boundary, and on approach from the north by high-level linear development frontage elevated above Splat Lane, which will conceal the house from view from the carriageway in both directions. This is an infill plot which meets all relevant policy criteria, yet still meets with an objection from the parish council. And to assuage those concerns, the house design has been flipped, and further, through regrading of the ground, the applicants have reduced the finished ridge height above ordnance datum by more than 1 metre, which will allow the remainder agricultural land in the applicant's ownership, with its undulating topographical profile, to be regraded, which results in improved cultivation and land management for them. Additional landscaping on the south boundary adjoining the rear gardens of the High Street properties forms part of the application proposals. I therefore commend this application to you, as it has been subject to rigorous scrutiny by 2 of your officers, including your principal planner, both prior to and post submission, plus reflects further modifications to accommodate parish councils and residents concerned. I would ask that you endorse your own officer's recommendation, grant this permission, subject to the conditions proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raise anything before
Okay, sorry. So these measurements, these are, I did these on the PDF on the plan. So it just shows the distances sort of wall to the dwellings. So you've got 18.96 there, 20.8 there. Yep, and then 30.8 from there. So I tried to measure sort of the closest point. Stop talking.
Your time's up. Right. Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, Councillor Bolt.
Just a quick one. The roof height seems to fit all the other. Which was showing, is it 2 meters above the?
Yes. So
Is that before or after the 1 meters off?
So yeah, that's after the site leveling work. So on this slide, on the other, read it from there. I've captioned the ridge heights compared to ordinance datum points. So the house to the north, the ridge height is 77.63 meters above ordinance datum. The bungalow to the south is 78.18, and the proposed dwelling is 80.72. And those are all measurements above datum point.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. We take 1 meter off that, or is that?
Oh,
what
no,
you
no,
want me
that's the finish. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. There is absolutely nothing negative I can say about this whatsoever. Nothing. It's first-class application. Had a few blips which have been ironed out. No problem whatsoever. And I'd move the officer's recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glassford. Okay,
I second that.
thank you. Seeing any other comments from members, so we have a recommendation to grant permission, both proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Yep. Permission is granted. Members turn to the next application. We have a speaker, which is page 85. Still with Spaxton, and I think Miss Parsons, you're introducing this one. Just while we're doing that at the moment, just to let members know, Councillor Pearce has been called away on a family matter, so she sent her apologies. Miss Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for the erection of a self-built dwelling on the site of a former chapel building on land to the north of Courtway, Buxton. This is the approximate location outlined in red, just to indicate the approximate location of the site. As you can see, it is within a rectangular shaped plot, has an existing access on the road here. Courtway, the hamlet itself, is to the south. There's a property here and then 5 properties, quite a close-knit area of buildings to the south of location. This is the proposed layout plan, which indicates the extent of the site outlined in red, together with the siting of a dwelling. That plan there is showing the there on the site. This road running alongside the site runs Netherstowe in Spaxton, and then southwards towards the hamlet Bay, and then continues along the lane up the hill towards the pine gate on the hill. This is showing the existing footprint of remnants of the wall that were chapel on the site some time ago, and this is the erection of a detached dwelling on the site. Now, in terms of the history of the site, the There were two previous planning applications submitted that were refused back in 2016. These were refused for two reasons. One, the site is in an unsustainable location, and the other one that in terms of the proposal, it would have an adverse impact on the area of outstanding natural beauty. Now, the agenda includes a mistake at paragraph 4 of the background, where it does refer to another planning application that was used in 1980, as does the relevant history section. That application is irrelevant to this site and relates to another property at the end of Good Lane. So I apologise for that being included in the agenda here. So just to clarify, the site is located approximately 73 metres from the hamlet, the built-up area, and there were previously two. Now, the site currently shows an existing stone wall chapel building, and it is understood that a chapel did remain there until approximately 1980. And it is also understood, it is understood that the chapel also includes residential accommodation. Now, this is the planning application. As I said, it's the erection of a detached dwelling. On the ground floor, there would be an open plan lounge together with a WC. Then a link to the back to the shop opposite. Above would be a mezzanine floor, bedroom, and a private study sitting. These are the elevations. The top elevation shows the west elevation, which would face the highway, and the bottom elevation shows the elevation which would. These are the two side elevations. We finished in timber with a corrugated roof, brick chimney, and natural stone. 3D drawing just to indicate the form of the property and how it sits within the site, and the highway would run edge here. These photographs show the site. This is the access into the site, and there is an existing natural stone wall that remains. Just a closer view within the access looking southwards. Hamlet of Court Bay. Just a closer view showing the back. Looking the opposite direction in the direction to Paxton and Mary. And now I am panning around into the site so that you boundary be the boundary of the site. There you can see the remnants of chapel on that. Panning around beyond the site, this is the boundary railings. That would be a field, and this is standing right at the top of the site, looking directly down towards the access, showing the remnants. Now, in terms of the development, the policies in the local plan, the site is outside of any settlement boundary. Policy S2 does support the piece of small-scale self-build and custom schemes, which are well related to a policy CO1. The country states that proposals for new development outside of settlements will be appropriately and supported where it accords with other relevant policies that provide in the countryside to enhance or maintain the vitality of rural communities and support the economy. Other than those two policies just mentioned, there are three main policies to consider in this case. Policy CO2, which deals with infill. Policy D9 relates to self-build, and policy CO3, which relates to developing brown sites. Policy CO2 relating to infilling supports small-scale residential infill of the existing main built-up area in a village or a hamlet that clearly has a defined nucleus of at least 10 dwellings, and where the development is a self-build or a custom build meets the policy D9. D9, the self-build policy, supports small-scale self-build in rural, but they must meet the criteria of policy D02 also. And the applicant must also be able to demonstrate a local connection to the parish or settlement and be recorded self-build road. In terms of policy CO2, the hamlet of Court 70 away from this site, separated by a field. It cannot be considered that the proposed route in filling of the existing main hamlet, and as such, its development would constitute the extension of building would be contrary to that policy. Turning to policy D9, the applicant may be able to demonstrate a local connection and get onto the self-build register. However, the locational requirements, the infill policy CO2, need to be met. They are not met due to the detached nature of the site. I had mentioned the brownfield policy CO3, and in terms of the previous use of the site, it is noted that this site was previously developed in some form, but it would need to be demonstrated that employment use development is viable or suitable. Also, the site needs to be well related to an existing. As can be seen, the nearest settlement is Spaxton, with the built-up part of the village being a 2 miles away. That is how the. On this basis, the principle of the new dwelling in this location is not considered to meet the requirements CO2, D9 and not. Therefore, contrary to the spatial policy as set out by policy S2 and the council's policy to protect the country's development as set out. Therefore, the recommendation.
Speaker on this one, so Tom Hodge would like to come forward, please. Good afternoon again. Just a reminder, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll see the time on the clock and start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councillors. Hello, I'm Tom Hodge. I was born field away from the chapel site in a house called Meadowfield, which is in the hamlet Lower Merridge. I hope you have all read my letter. Sorry if I repeat myself. The chapel was used since the 1800s till 1981. Parents bought it. I wanted to create an affordable home and workshop on this brownfield site, which will be a live-work unit with a dwelling attached. It will be low-cost house and operate highly efficiently. And I have a small supply fuel for the heating for the property. I would need to continue my business and customer base, which are very local to the Spaxton area, and it would help reduce my travelling daily basis situated there. This build is much smaller than the Pines Cafe application approved in June. This is not a get-rich scheme. Please feel free to add a local need restriction to the build. I'm creating a future for my family in the hamlet where I grew up. This build is supported by the local parish councillors in Spaxton, the AONB. This site is a derelict site, no other reasonable beneficial use as it currently stands. So to sum up, I need to live near work and customers. I have looked at on the market and there's nothing that suits my needs with it all costing so much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Bolt.
With regards to this, they've been mentioned the brown. Do churches come under? Don't have any bearing at all.
Ms. Parsons. Mr. Noon.
Yeah, I think there's quite clearly a previous use here. far as we can work out, the chapel was gone by that use has been clearly been abandoned. It is no longer there. If there is a brownfield, the application supporting fields don't major on that. But if it were to be accepted as a brownfield site, then the policy CO3 would buy it. Acceptable. Two critical issues on be that is there a is there any other viable alternative safeguard that? And then secondly, the policy indicates that for residential redevelopment, it should be well close to Paxton, 2 kilometres. So if members did feel that this was a brownfield site, then those two area would be engaged. It's certainly previously used. See that in this photo. It's a question of that. Away. A bit more debate there about brownfield, but members may take a view of it and you can see it inside.
Thing I was going to say, regards to, could that be developed, part of the development, which would change any of it? Because I do realise we've got all of these restrictions on us.
I mean, it would be a matter of how someone wanted, if we accepted the brownfield, someone might choose to do gentleman's doing, it's a new build, or someone might build off that. It wouldn't, I don't think they.
I just wanted to add to that in terms of the policy that's been put forward for this application is the self-build policy. So looking at it under the self-build policy, it doesn't comply as Shanta's set out in the presentation. There is a brownfield site in the countryside policy. The application wasn't pursued strictly under that. And if it were, we would kind of say the site needs to be marketed for an use first to see if there's any interest. So the first thing they would have to do is market the site, see if there's any interest for any scale rural that may want to take it on, even proceed the business case that as a live work unit, that rural needs to be in that location. There's still a conflict with that policy in terms of the location. The location is still quite isolated relative to the other tiers, but that if we were before members, be down to members' judgment as to whether it was isolated enough that it was unsustainable. The difficulty is if we are looking at a brownfield site in the countryside, which I think is a more viable approach than the self-build route, just don't have the information to support it with the application we've got in it.
Thank you. Again, nothing was said about businesses that he's going to run just or something like that. Then possibly you do need a regime. Just wondering, it seems a shame just to leave that to and fall down.
Betty?
Thank you, Chairman. Just turn into policy D9. From the applicant spoke, he was saying that he was born just a field away. So I would presume that would be that policy D9 then wiped away because he's shown a local connection by being born just in a field. I mean, how close do you have to be? Do you have to be born on the site to have a local connection? On the another point is, I'm not sure, but said there's stone work at the bottom and then wooden cladding. Is the stone going to be the stone that's already there and just worked up, or are they going to get rid of the current brick stonework that's there and redo it?
The point about the materials, I understand that the existing stone would not remain, although maybe it could be used for development, but what will be developed would be built. Just one point on the policy D9, just to clarify. Even if the applicant will self-build and provided evidence that he had a connection, so that's, you know, we're not disputing that. If that was the case, site still needs to comply with policy CO2, which relates to infill and CO2 can only be acceptable if it is infill with more than 10 dwellings. This location, the hamlet itself does not so not the close built hamlet, and also it is some distance from that hamlet field way the infill within that hamlet.
So as I understand it at the moment, what we're saying is under current policy of the self-build, because of its remote location, the fact it's not got enough other properties close to it, it doesn't qualify. In terms of the brownfield possibility, but there are still hurdles, which would be, I think it was talked about being a live work, which might address the commercial use of it. Still got to show that it is well related to another settlement, and that would be a judgment call for the members to make. But okay, Councillor Bolt.
When we're talking about relevant to the settlement, can that be relevant to the actual occupation to any settlement?
No.
Sorry, in terms of
If the work required peace and quiet, then would that, you know, the fact that it's meters away from the nearest house or part of that settlement, that satisfy the brownfield? Would that be something for the members at a later date possibly to consider?
I think we could look at a piece of our policy tier 3, that if this gentleman is effectively using his home space for his meaningful work, that might, you know, wouldn't rule it out, that it could be taken as a continuing. We would need to see the balance of it. You know, if it's just a space label store, not happy with that. But if we get the full sort of evidence from as part of the CO3 case, we could accept that this would be continuing employment, right, and would address that first point area that employment. But we obviously come back to the expectation of residential redevelopment of brownfields. Countryside are brownfield sites that are really well located to a tier 1 or high level settlement. Nearest one is, as there is, I think that's Saxton. That's some distance as the crow flies by road. In terms of the applicant's circumstance, I think you've seen it in the letter. He's an electrician. It might, well, you know, an electrician working in their home as a base could satisfy. We see that as part of, and we may find ourselves waiting.
Could I then just check, is this the first application in sense, because as you know, we have that potentially if it were refused and it would be back in again as an amended one, looking at the potentially use of the brownfield rather than of the self-build, that be the in effect a free go.
Yes, indeed, there would be a free go to present a different argument.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Betty and then Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Just going back to the stonework again, if this did come back, I would like to see the stone that's already there integrated into the house. It seems a shame just to get rid of the stone that's already there, the outline there. If there is a way that they could include, even if it's just the outside, just to be used, it would be a great improvement. The other point is about the 10 houses in a cluster. I mean, how many houses is there in this cluster? This come up loads of times now.
Ms. Parsons?
Thank you. That is counted 5. It looks like there's more because I think there are lots of outbuildings, but on our data, on our base, in terms of points, there are 5 within the hamlet and then 1 additional to the side. I mean, of course, there will be more within the area, but that would be some.
Thank you. Mr. Grimes?
Thank you, Chairman. I believe as it stands, it doesn't meet the criteria that's required. But as the applicant's got a free go, I think it would be in his interest to come back with another application and perhaps talk with the officers. And with that in mind, I'd like to move the recommendation for refusal at this stage. But just to say that please come back and talk to the officers over there. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Hendry?
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with Councillor Tony Grimes. As long as the applicant is allowed to come back, get a free go, rejig everything he's put forward, first class. I second that, no problem.
Any further comments from members? In which case we have the recommendation to refuse permission. All those in favour, please show. That's clearly, again, obviously, can have conversations with the officers. Hopefully there might be an alternative way forward. Right, members, that page is it 92? And stall. And I think over to Ms. Chorley.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application here is for outline application of a single self-built dwelling on land adjacent to Roseview. So here, just oh, my apologies. Yeah. Again.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We're confused. Okay.
So this application is installed for the change of use of agricultural land to equestrian land, including menage stables, and this application is partly retrospective. So the application site is area of field here that you can this larger field. So it's an area of this field here, just to the south of the kind of built-up area of store. And in this site, you can see the area edged in red, and this is the area that is being developed, and the remainder of the area to the south here is to be used as grass keep for horses. The access is via Crench Lane. This is a private track. The applicant doesn't reside at the application site. They live approximately 3 miles away. So there will be a degree of kind of comings and goings to the site in order for them to look after their horses that are here. The proposal is that it's for personal use only. So on this plan, you can see the menage there. It's partly retrospective, so you'll see some of the work's been done already in the photos. The access into the site, this is an existing agricultural access that is being utilised. And this is the nearest neighbour's property here, and this is the proposed built form there, so the stable block, and that's arranged there in an L shape. So just some photos of the context of the site. So from the main road, Crench Lane, get an idea. And then some photographs of inside the site itself. So looking at the area here, which is this is the stable block, as I said, it's been moved onto the site already. So it does need to be site plan. So just some more, so you can see here the arrangement of the nearest neighbour, the low boundary wall, and this is the site, this is the access here, and the menage and the proposed and some photos itself. Obviously, construction is under finished at the moment. So the proposed mix of use for the site for equestrian and agricultural sustainable stable block size, scale and design are not to result in any unacceptable impact. The menage area that you saw is in a mix of sand and rock. Ultimately, overall the appearances to be similar. There have been concerns raised regarding environmental health. They are satisfied that that can be adequately. We are aware that the station is from the site, but that has now been closed. No problems. In terms of highway, that the proposed use significantly circular medium agriculture. In terms of a condition would be necessary to ensure diversity enhancement and also to ensure that a detailed external lighting. In terms of rights of way and listed building, again, these are points just to give you an indication of the near of the kind of proximity to the then diverts off. And the listing application south, the nearest list. Given the distances and that those issues in
Thank you. A couple of speakers on this application. To start with, Karen, to come forward. Good afternoon. Again, you'll see the time on the clock. Start whenever you're ready, please.
Okay. The site is on an elevated position within 5 feet of Hill House, which impacts severely upon the privacy of the owners, whose bedrooms and living rooms face directly onto the area, so much so that the 87-year-old mother sits with the blinds down. Privacy of the garden of a listed building, which backs directly onto the area, is severely affected. The menage comes right up to the boundary, and due to the height of the land, horses and rider and possible mirrors, produces at least a 10-foot overlook, which completely destroys all privacy and should not affect listed grounds in this way. An unsightly post and rail fence, together with trees, which will cause loss of light on the boundaries, and the dust and noise a menage will produce, is unacceptable. The access gate, an extensively widened area, is directly alongside Hill House and causes severe disturbance. It has not been used previously for over 25 years. Although it was an original agricultural crop field, its use of farm machinery was a few times a year, not several times a day, 7 days a week, and is not comparable. The noise created by the applicant and her horse box, together with her associates that visit, she now has 3 horses in situ rather than 2, with her 4 dogs barking at all hours and getting into gardens, is in no way comparable to agricultural vehicles. The times of visits have ranged from 6:30 a.m. to midnight, and the headlights shine into the bedroom windows of the residents of Hill House and Quenge Lane Cottage. It is affecting the well-being of residents. The drainage is not and will not be adequate enough and runs into the gardens and the lane. The dung heap in situ produces smells, flies and vermin and has only been emptied once a month. There are no bridleways installed and riders have been using the public footpath. The lights are intrusive to householders and affect the deer, badgers, bats and foxes that exist in that area. Apart from the person that was selling the land, all those in favour do not live in the village, and mention of her personal situation has no planning relevance. All those that object have lived in Stoll for more than 20 years and are in the vicinity of the stables and are affected by them. There are other liveries close to Woollavington, and a stables was for sale there at the same time the applicant erected stables without permission. The applicant's integrity cannot be relied upon. A previous application for stables opposite a listed building in Stawell were only allowed when put well away at the bottom of the field. If the committee is minded to allow the change of use of this land, then all the buildings, Menage and Dungheap, should be at the bottom of the field. The gate moved further down, or a buffer between Hill House and the gate put in place. Time restrictions put in place. Number of visits restricted. No commercial use due to environmental impact, and restrictions to be carried over if sold.
Thank you very much. Julie Richardson. Again, you'll see the time on the clock. That when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. As the applicant, I would like to thank the council for taking time to consider this application. I keep my 2 privately owned competition horses around a full-time profession in public service. I have to manage the demands of my career and the need to ensure a healthy work-life balance whilst maintaining the health and well-being of my animals. As a long-established horse owner of over 25 years, I have found livery yards are unable to meet mine or my horse's needs. The nearest legitimate facilities with planning consent to provide DIY livery services would involve a minimum of 2 hours travelling a day, and all the yards offering livery have little or no turnout, which effectively means horses are confined to small stables most of the year, day and night. This is both labour and cost intensive and highly detrimental to horse welfare. The plans before you provide high quality facilities for the horses to maintain freedom of movement while offering adequate protection from the extremes of the weather. The existing stables are temporary and therefore are currently legal. I understand planning is needed to make them permanent. As a local resident, I live just 3 miles away. Having kept horses in this area for over 15 years, I have first experience of the dangers of riding on the busy roads surrounding Woollavington, where I actually live. I've kept my horses in stall since the winter of 2019, where I found large existing equestrian community, due no doubt to the much safer opportunities for outriding with the unique benefit of off-road riding on bridleways. The proposed arena enables safe exercising and preparation for competition and reduce the need to transport the horses to local venues for training. Land suitable for the keeping of horses is in very short supply, and I was fortunate to be offered the opportunity to buy this land. At any point in time, the local residents could have approached the landowner to secure this site for their own use. In relation to the suggestions made by Parish Council, I draw attention to the comments made by the former landowner, Ian Graham, who confirms that the topography dictates the layout. Most of the land is on a steep slope facing south, which would make alterations suggested impractical. A professional land agent has been engaged along with a fully qualified land surveyor at great expense to achieve the most appropriate layout, taking account of this existing topography. Proposed plans offer improvements to the existing drainage and enhancements to visual appearance and biodiversity. I'd like to reiterate that this application is solely for personal use and no intention of any commercial activity or further development beyond private equestrian.
Like it on the telly for some reason. I think for a while, didn't it?
A lifelong ambition to keep horses on my own land.
Sorry for the sure what happened there. Okay. Okay, if we could just anything else I want to raise before I
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to confirm that the permission that we're looking at is on personal. It wouldn't, in terms of conditions suggested, there are conditions there to secure landscaping, and there is already a waste management scheme that's been received as part. That's compliant. Together with the condition limit light, we are looking to
Councillor Bolt.
It's just the lighting I was going to speak about. That lighting just so they can look till over time.
So the condition that we're suggesting, condition 5, that a detailed external lighting sure that we are aware of the level of light exposed, and we can consult with environment to ensure that flexible light pollution.
Can I just also confirm, would that include hours of operation of lighting within?
Just to, I mean, we could include wording within the condition just to clarify. To make that absolute.
Councillor Hendry, I think you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just an observation, actually. The dogs barking, headlights from vehicles going to and from a property and a horse stung on a road is not a reason to refuse an application. And I think the speaker said that it's a private enterprise. It's not commercial. It's only for our own private use. And the nearest stabling, again, according to the speaker, was about some hour each direction, 1 hour each way. And not forgetting the cost involved in that. And if she has this herself, then it's her own private. She's not paying rental for field. At this moment, as we speak, sat here, I actually don't have a problem.
Just to come back on that, condition 2 is explicitly private and personal use only. There shall be no commercial use on land.
That's according to the speaker, what she said. So yes.
So we're belt and braces. We're conditioning that would be the case.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments from members? Commissioner?
Just a suggestion from our colleague on the side that the personal condition could be, we could add the words private personal of the owner.
Okay, members, I'm looking then if there's no council.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. Could the officer confirm how far the nearest property is away from this?
So the nearest property is Hill House. The distance, the rear of that boundary, is well. So the siting of the stable block is at its closest point, 35. The rear boundary of that, from the rear of that. So whilst the site is, as you can, it is quite close, built form, and all located, quite small.
So just again to confirm that the Hill House is, as we're looking at that plan there, it's the 2 rectangles in the top left-hand corner.
That's correct.
Members looking for a recommendation then, please. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chair. On the back of everything I've just said, which I won't repeat, and providing it stays private and not commercial, yeah, I'm happy to propose the recommendation and grant permission.
So again, just to
yeah,
so we're absolutely clear, that includes the
as long as it's private and not commercial.
Yeah. So that includes the suggested, specifically mentioning that it's related to the owner.
Absolutely.
Personal condition, and also the hours of lighting to be explicitly mentioned. That
Okay.
that will be part of the plan. So, you happy with that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Betty, thank you. So we have a recommendation to grant permission with those 2 additional elements to the conditions to cover both the personal usage and the hours of operation of the lighting. Favour, please show. That's unanimously carried, sir. Is right, members. That takes us to our next application with a speaker present. Page 108. Takes us to Wedmore. I think, Ms. Chorley, you're introducing this one, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application for the change of use of land to a gypsy traveller pitch comprising one mobile. This application is again partly retrospective. Have commenced. The application site is on Crib House Lane. So we've got the hamlet of Clua here, Wedmore to the south, and the application here.
A little bit of difficulty hearing some of the members.
So just a slightly closer aerial image here. So there's an access just in this corner of the field. And the application site is this one here. As you can see, it's bounded by established hedgerows. So just to look at the location plan, so the applicants actually own this parcel of land here, including the red and blue lined area. So in the aerial imagery, you could see the hedgerows that exist along the full field parcel. The application site that we are focused on is the area to the front, edged in red here, and that is to allow for static caravan and mobile home, a tourer, of parking, some amenity space, and then this is for the package treatment plant, sorry, for foul water. So this plan here just shows you that layout that I've described. So the mobile caravan, an area for parking, the amenity space, the existing hedgerow at the front. A new native hedgerow is proposed to the rear to delineate where the kind of red line was shown there, and a 1.2 metre high post and rail fence as well. And the existing hedgerow to the side is also shown. You've got some cross sections here of the site as existing at the moment and what's proposed. So the works that have been done are to the access area predominantly. The applicants are residing on the wider site in a and just some photographs of the site then. So these are taken from the entrance. So you've got the closed bordered fence with pillars looking into the site from the access. And again, just looking over towards that hedgerow that bounds the front of the site. And looking down into the site. So the site slopes away from the highway. There is a stable block in the bottom that was granted a time ago. And just a couple more photos showing the current access arrangement. So you've got brick pillars and this entrance gates and fencing here. One of the conditions proposed is that we see additional landscaping along the portion here that you can see to soften its appearance. The bottom photos there just show the access looking out onto the lane. It is one of the points that are raised is the kind of narrowness of Grange Lane. So in terms of the policy context, government policy is that gypsy and traveller proposals are determined in accordance with the development plan. We do have a gypsy and traveller needs assessment that identified a need for and with current consents there is a residual need for 29 years. It is necessary to do a further update of that need, and that hasn't yet been carried out. So this is the most up-to-date information that was noted at the time of the local plan that update did need to happen. That is still. So we're determining the application in accordance with planning policy D8, which sets out the criteria. It's also a material planning consideration that at the moment Sedgemoor does have this short sites. We're therefore unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply. So, through the policy D8 in itself and the criteria that we have. So it's necessary to demonstrate that this is an appropriate site and proportionate in scale and does not dominate the nearest settled community. In this case, we have a proposal for a single to meet the needs of one family. Therefore, it's not considered that that is going to result in any over-domination or unacceptable. It needs to take account of the particular and differing needs of different groups of gypsies and travellers. The proposal is to meet the needs of the family that have been put forward. A condition would be applied to ensure that it is gypsy and traveller. It would promote and facilitate access to health facilities. The application site is within the catchment of Wedmore First School, Hugh Sexy's Middle School, and details the proximity to each of those and together with the nearest. But broadly speaking, it's in line, obviously, with the hamlet of Clewer in terms of distances to those services and facilities. It's necessary to ensure that development will not result in a severe transport impact, including providing appropriate safe access. The proposal makes use of an existing agricultural access, albeit there have been some that have been carried out already. Somerset County Highways have not raised any objection to the proposed safety, and it's important to note that obviously there is a permitted access there already. It's necessary to ensure that it provides sufficient space within the site for parking and manoeuvring of vehicles that's shown within the detailed block plan that's been prepared. Provide opportunities where appropriate for travellers to live and work from the same site. Again, it's considered that there would be scope if necessary, although it's noted there is no application for any associated business. The site is suitable in terms of flood risk for the site. This site is in flood zone 1, so area at least from flooding. In terms of other impacts, in terms of amenity, there are no immediate adjoining neighbours. Foul discharge is to be to a package treatment plant. The details have been provided. Environmental health have been consulted and confirmed that the detail is sufficient, but reminded applicants they would need to follow the Environment Agency guidance. Concerns have been raised with regards to the access being out of keeping. The works have been done. The concerns are noted. However, as I said, the landscape officer has confirmed that they're happy that there's no unacceptable visual impact, subject to a condition to secure additional planting, and that is detailed that also ivy planting, climber that would soften the appearance of those gates. There is raised concern that there's insufficient evidence of the applicant's gypsy and travel. Information evidence has been provided to the council, and as the actual details are kept confidential, but we are satisfied that there is sufficient information and evidence. We don't have anything to query that further. Highway safety, we feel, is adequate. The County Council hasn't raised any concerns. Landscape visual impact, the proposal has been assessed against policy D19. That's detailed within the report. Consulted with the landscape officer, who's confirmed that they would require a landscape plan to be provided, and the detail of that is included. There is an amendment to the wording of that I'll talk. But they don't indicate that they consider a landscape visual impact assessment in full is required in this scale and nature of development and its location. Concerns have been raised that it doesn't reflect local characteristics of the site. We're satisfied that there isn't an acceptable visual impact subject to a landscape condition. So, public sector equality. The application will provide accommodation for gypsies and travellers. Agree that it does have protected characteristics and falls under the council's duty to be considered as part of public sector duty. The application provides an additional pitch for the needs for that group and is not considered to result in any negative impact on their protected characteristics as defined in the Act. So, to summarise, the proposal would meet an unmet need in the absence of a 5-year supply. As I've detailed, in our view, it is compliant with policy D8, and there isn't any unacceptable impact in subject to conditions. There are a couple of additional conditions that we would like to and amendments to the wording of the existing conditions. So I'll try and just run through those briefly for you. For condition 2, the wording as it is at the moment says the approved pitch shall comprise no more than one touring caravan, a day room and a mobile home. The applicants don't propose a day room in this case, so we would request that the reference to the day room be amended. And similarly, in condition 4, it's not specifically referred to the retention of that hedgerow of the site, and obviously that has been referred to, so we would like to just a reference in with regard to what the landscape plan is expected to deliver, would be the retention of that hedgerow to the front. In terms of additional conditions, we refer to within the body of the report need for a condition to control external lighting. That's not included within the list of at the rear of the report, so that would need to be added. And a further condition is proposed as well to remove the permitted development rights for means of enclosure, to just ensure that we do retain control over that, noting the potential visual that further kind of high fencing or thing could have in the area.
Thank you very much. Just we have a number of speakers. We'll start with Conor Layton, please, if you'd like to come forward. Good afternoon. Start when you're ready and you'll see the time counting down on the clock.
I'm a senior planner and chartered. I'm objecting to the application on behalf of a number of concerned local residents. This case is very simple. Officers consider the need for this specific location to provide a single to address a district shortfall in provision outweighs the harm to the character of the area, potential amenity. Each case should be determined on its own merit, and poor delivery does not mean that to allow the development. I say those harms are substantial. Justifying refusing the application is adopted development plan. The site's open countryside location. No safe access to Clewer for pedestrians or cyclists up a narrow unlit with no pavements. Safe access is not. In any event, Clewer does not have any services to support this residential development. The proposal will be fully car dependent. Options D2 and D14 require developments to safe access to sustainable transport local facilities. This cannot be achieved here and should be a valid reason for refusal. A shortfall in provision across Sedgemoor does not mean that any blade of grass is acceptable for development, not this one, but a remote countryside location. Approving this application will send a completely wrong message to prospective households seeking a suitable pitch and to existing residents who should have confidence in protections of adopted development plan. Furthermore, the proposed development will have the appearance of the countryside, not consider the office D19. Policy states that LVAA should accompany planning applications where it judged that the landscape and visual amenity may be adversely affected. Given the site's obvious sensitive location, an open exposed field which is seen from the AONB, clear that the landscape and visual amenity are harmed or will be harmed. This is the test for D19. It has not been adequately considered. Without an LVAA, the application should be refused, at least deferred, appropriate assessment to take place. It should not be approved without this assessment being undertaken. Your officers consider the principle acceptable. For approving this proposal on the highest and most visible part of the site is tantamount to an open invitation for adding additional pitches, parking and garden at the lower, less visible parts of the site, especially as the block plan shows the secondary access to the lower part of the field. Proposed development should be refused for its unsustainable location in the countryside, poor pedestrian and cycle accessibility, visual harm to the countryside and long-range views towards the AONB. Finally, it's harm to the amenity of neighbouring residents by virtue of increased traffic along a narrow access lane. Each of these reasons for refusal would be sufficient on their own. Lack of gypsy and traveller plots across Sedgemoor does not outweigh this harm. Policy conflicts I have identified. If this is to be approved, the suggested conditions.
Time on you there, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Our second speaker, I believe, is joining us through Teams. Isabel Beacon, if you could just enable your yeah, I think your microphone is okay. If you would just let us check that it's working.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, we can hear you. So again, start when you're ready. I will, as I say, I'll chip in on you when there's a minute of the time left to go.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and councillors, I am Isabel Beacom, Chair of Wedmore Parish Council Planning Committee. The Parish Council objects on the grounds of Sedgemoor Local Plan Policy D14 Sustainability. The access to this site is on a narrow road with no passing places. There is no footpath and it is unlit. In wet and dark conditions, the occupiers would be reliant on private motor vehicles to access all local facilities. The District Council has no up-to-date assessment of needs for traveller sites, and this is contrary to Local Plan Policy D8. Without this assessment to justify this application, It should be refused. The application also contravenes local planning policy D19 landscape. It should ensure that the enhancement of landscape quality wherever possible, or that there is no significant adverse impact or local landscape character, historic landscape and scenic quality. Also, policy D2, high quality and inclusive design. It is not sustainable and does not reflect the local characteristics of the surrounding area. Policy D14, managing the transport impacts of the development. It does not provide a safe access to local facilities. Policy D24, pollution impacts of the development. There are no services on site, and the proposed treatment plant on Soakway, because of the topography of the site, it is possible that the rains and nearby river could become contaminated and a danger to wildlife. It contravenes planning policy for traveller sites, Policy H. Policy H states the criteria which should be considered for gypsy and traveller sites. Paragraph 25 states, local planning authorities should very strictly limit new traveller sites in open countryside that is away from existing settlements or outside areas allocated in the development plan. Also, paragraph 26 says, when considering applications, local planning authorities should attach weight to the following matters: effective use of previously developed or derelict land, sites being well planned or soft landscaped, and 3, promoting opportunities for healthy lifestyles, and 4, not enclosing a site with so much hard landscaping, high walls or fences that the impression may be given that the site and its occupants are deliberately isolating themselves from the rest of the community. In conclusion, this site is located outside the main village where development has been typically refused. It is in an area which remains largely unspoilt, and approving this application on Cribhouse Lane would set a precedent for greenfield development. In conclusion, I would ask the committee to object to this planning application.
Thank you. Perfectly timed as well. Thank you very much. Third speaker is Anna Cameron. You just test your mic and make sure that we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we certainly can. So again, I'll let you know when there's 1 minute of your 3 to go. So start when you're ready, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Today I speak on behalf of my client, the applicant, Mr. Michael Dommett, in favour of the proposal at Cribhouse Lane. Mr. Dommett and his family are Romany gypsies who meet the national definition of gypsies and travellers and have strong family connections within the local area. It is proposed to create a single pitch for the applicant and his family to include 1 static caravan, 1 touring caravan, parking and garden space. Despite searching for an existing available pitch for over 12 months, Mr. Dommett has not been able to find any alternative site or pitch. This reflects the unmet need for gypsies and travellers in Sedgemoor and within neighbouring authorities, where there is a significant lack of available pitches. Whilst it is with regret that the family have moved onto the site before getting planning permission, living in a temporary touring caravan, this was an absolute last resort and the family had no other option as personal circumstances have meant they cannot continue to live on the road. The site will provide a settled base from which Mr. Dommett and his family can access healthcare facilities, education for their children, and will provide a base from which the family can continue to travel for work. The applicant, his partner and young family are seeking to provide for themselves on land that they own, where there is no alternative option available to them. The provision of this pitch will meet the needs of the family and contribute to the overall provision of pitches in Sedgemoor. The site is suitably located with access to services and amenities nearby, including schools and health services. It's in Flood Zone 1, served by a suitable existing access and is well screened from the highway. As the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable sites, this unmet need should be weighed heavily in favour of granting planning permission in this instance. The site is suitably located and meets both the local and national policy requirements, where it is accepted that some gypsy and traveller sites will need to be provided in rural and semi-rural areas, like the application site.
1 minute to go.
Granting permission would undoubtedly be in the best interests of the children, which is a primary consideration under Article 3 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and this in itself should attract substantial weight. alongside the right to respect for private and family life under Article 8 of the Human Rights Act. I urge you to support the officer's recommendation for approval, as without your support, this young family will be homeless and will be forced back on the road or to an unauthorised encampment without any alternative available to them and without a settled base from which this family can safely travel and access healthcare and education opportunities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Hendry.
Good, Chairman. I did read the paperwork on this, as usual. I've listened to both sides here of what's going on, and it is a complicated thing in itself. Not all travellers anymore want to travel around the country. Some families actually don't go on with other families, so they can't all settle in one community. That's common knowledge. They just don't all get on together all the time. Could I go back to slide number 8, please? Right. And could you just highlight again which is the area that we're looking at? That's it, right. It's well away on its own, away from everybody in every other house by the looks of it, because I can't see another property around there. Fortunately for them, or however you want to look at it, the plot is small enough that they couldn't infringe on this. So they have a static home and a caravan. It's not as if they can have this and then expect 4 or 5 or 6 caravans within the next 6 to 12 months to come and join them, because the plot is not big enough to allow that. We have an obligation, because if they are, according to the speaker, they've got children, we have an obligation to allow these people to have access to a school. That's the way it is. That's the way it's up and down the country. I don't know if I can ask Dawn Lehman just to clarify your legal position on this, because I can't remember what it is, but I think we've got a legal responsibility in this type of case. I'm not sure, I think, to allow people with children to be able to settle and have access if that's what they want to do. Travelling community, I specifically mean.
Just bear with us.
Sorry, Councillor Hendry, you put me on the spot here. I used to deal with a lot of gypsy appeals a number of years ago, and from memory, we look at the special circumstances and needs of the children. So that would be one consideration to take into account, as far as I remember, in terms of case law. So I think I could 100% say that the case law there does support that particular position.
Yeah, I thought it was something, I wasn't sure of the wording, because the children's the prime importance here. And if there was no children, obviously see it differently. That's the way it is. But there is children, and they come first over all these things. And I repeat again that the plot of land, as far as I can see it, is not big enough to accommodate second, third or fourth vehicles coming in, specifically for them. And apparently, according to one of the speakers, I'm not sure which, they've got a local connection as well. So some people have to be given a chance sometime in life. At this moment in time, I agree with the officer's recommendation, but I'm happy to hear what other people have to say. Thank you.
Just say, Councillor Hendry, I think it's worth mentioning that obviously the red line site is the one that we're considering today. Obviously, there is a blue line around the other land that they own in the same area, which is a larger area. But obviously, the application we have in front of us is red line area. I think the concern of the residents is that there might be movement into other land, but that's not what we're considering.
That's for another day, because we're only allowed to deal with what's on the table in front of us today. We're not allowed to speculate and say what's going to happen 12 months further down the line.
Any other comments or questions from members? Okay, Councillor Hendry.
Okay, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was including the additional conditions that have been looked at in terms of, get back where we threw the amended wording on number. Do you want to run through those again for us, just to make sure I get it right?
Apologies, yeah. So it's an amendment to condition 2 to remove day room, an amendment to condition 2 and 2 additional conditions, external lighting, and the second to.
Thank you. I think certainly from my own point of view, I think I can understand the concerns that have been raised by local residents. I think the officers have attempted to work with the applicants to place as much as they can to ensure that the site doesn't have a negative impact on it. But as has been highlighted, we do have a duty in terms of meeting the need for travellers' sites, which at present don't later on. That has to be something that we have to weigh into the balance of the discussions that we have. Councillor Glassford.
I happen to second that with the other recommendations that have been suggested.
Thank you very much. If there's no further comment from the recommendation, then has been moved to grant permission with those additional conditions and the amended conditions to strengthen those. Those in favour, please show. That would appear unanimous. That's clearly carried, so permission is granted. Members, we've been going up over an hour and a half now since we restarted. I was going to suggest that we have a short 5-minute. Are you happy with a 5-minute comfort break? Okay, we'll restart in just over 5 minutes. seconds or so. Committee member. Yes. Right, members, we'll start in just a minute. We're just waiting for our committee manager to rejoin us. Okay. Right, members, if we can restart, if you can turn to page 120 in your agenda, which is application with speakers and Wedmore again and Ms. Chorley.
This is an application for the erection of a single self-built dwelling and garage on land to the southeast of Highfield View in Mill Lane. So here's the application site. It's just this area filled here next to View. Just to give you the context, this is the built-up area of Wedmore. And I've kind of zoomed in view just so you can see the context of the area. So you've got 3 properties here along Mill Lane and Highfield View there, and the application site is this area here. They're shown in plan form here for members. So again, just look at this area here, red line bound. And this is the proposed development. So it's arranged over 3 buildings effectively. They're connected low-level grass areas. And the elevation drawings just to show that we've got a mix of materials of stone, wood paneling, and the carport garage area here, and then the main accommodation range over these other 2 buildings. The floor plans here. So it's predominantly at ground. There is some space at first floor over the 2 smaller buildings, providing kind of playroom, home office, so a sort of storage space. But predominantly the accommodation proposed is over the first ground floor only. And just some photographs taken of the site. So the proposal seeks to use the existing access into that dwelling and then veer off here. And this is just a photograph taken looking back at that access gate, so showing you from each. This is the kind of area that separates the 2 sites. So the application site is just over here, and this shot's just taken, turning around, looking over the application site would be. And just to give a little bit more context, so when we were looking previously at the plan and the aerial images, you could see 3 dwellings opposite. These are the 3 dwellings, or the first of the 3 dwellings there. This is the entrance, and this is where the dwelling would be. So the application site is located in the countryside. Policy CO2 does provide support for infill residential development where there exists a small village or hamlet, clearly defined nucleus of existing things, and the proposal amounts to infilling of that area. The development needs to maintain and enhance a sustainable pattern of development and not physically extend the built form into the countryside. The scale and nature of the development needs to be appropriate to the size, accessibility, character and identity of the existing community and in accordance with policy D19. The supporting text in both the local plan and the supplementary planning document makes clear that the policy is intended to apply only where there is existing defined nucleus of a reasonable size. And it is specified within paragraph 5.196 that that would typically be at least 10 dwellings. This is where the challenge is for this site, is the locational policy. So the built form that exists along Mill Lane is very limited in its form. Members may recall a previous self-build application that was granted outline consent here in this plot. There is a tightly knit linear cluster at this end of Mill Lane, and there are four. The justification for that one was considered that that could amount to a rounding off of existing. This application site is detached from that by open fields, and there are only 3 properties opposite and 1 property. Just to draw members' attention to the self-build guidance, the relevant paragraph 7.6 provides that infill by its nature is the filling in of a small gap within an otherwise built frontage of houses. By its nature, therefore, loose groupings of houses where large gaps, dwellings and settlements, the dispersed pattern of that does summarise the challenge really from the detail of the proposal is not unacceptable. However, the principle of this site doesn't meet that E test, that locational test set out on policy CO2 and Z9. That the site would need to form infilling of an existing cluster of sufficient size and scale. And it's for that reason that we are recommending refusal.
Thank you very much. First one is Aiken, who's joining us again. Just confirm your microphone is turned on again.
Mr.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman and councillors, I would like to put a motion to the committee to support this application for the following reasons. This is a self-built and custom home which gives an opportunity for a local family to make a home in Wedmore. With costs of land, opportunities of building in Wedmore are very few, and for a family's first house, this is their only option. The Jacobs family has been given ground next door to their mums and dad's own house to provide them a start on the housing ladder. The house itself is of high quality design and supports aspects of the natural environment, supporting the Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan, WED 5 and WED 4, and Sedgemoor Local Plan policies D2, promoting high quality design and inclusive design. Also, it supports D20, biodiversity and geodiversity. The plan submitted incorporate all those policies as I have mentioned. So in conclusion, the Jacobs family have integrated well within Wedmore life, and Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs have both taken up roles within the community. Their enthusiasm for life in Wedmore is easily seen, and I kindly ask the committee to support this application.
Thank you. Ben Jacobs, if you'd like to come forward, please. Start whenever you're ready, you'll see that counting down.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for your time this afternoon to share more about our application for our dream family home. I would like to start by directly addressing the conclusion of our case officer, notably that our proposal fails to meet locational requirements. This is, in my view, a valid interpretation of the policy and associated guidelines. However, I do not believe it is the only valid interpretation. Policy wording includes phrases such as, quote, typically at least 10 dwellings, unquote, and, quote, important guide, unquote, in relation to the scale for modest infill development. These phrases are used to cover the common case, but also leave room for exceptions. There is a valid interpretation of these guidelines that allows for infill of a smaller scale when the whole application is taken into account. If we look at all other aspects of our application, the policy requirements are met. This includes no issues in terms of impact, highways, ecology, and design. Local Plan Section 4 and Policy S1 outlines an approach in favour of sustainable development. Our proposed design is high quality and in keeping with the local area. This is demonstrated by the Parish Council support, where they know our design complies with local policies WED 4 and WED 5. Our design incorporates excellent sustainability criteria to create a home that is well adapted for the future and minimizes impact. My wife and I were born and raised in Sedgemoor, and our ancestors in Wedmore go back hundreds of years. We easily meet the local connection requirements with history not just in Wedmore, but specifically Mill Lane. Our children would be the 5th generation to live on Mill Lane and 6th in the local vicinity. The site is also a comfortable walking distance from the village, and we can cycle to the local school. We are an active part of the vibrant community of Wedmore, being involved with the local churches, toddler groups, and Green Wedmore. We've involved our neighbours from the outset, and they have all been on board with our proposal, as demonstrated by our 17 supportive comments and 0 objections. Our neighbours note there's little to no impact on them, and they are keen to have a young family down the lane to ensure the community continues to thrive. All aspects of our proposal that are in our control meet or exceed the policy requirements. We have strived for minimal or positive impacts wherever possible. However, the locational element is out of our control, though indeed the site and area has family significance. Our family has called Wedmore home for generations, and it is our dream to follow in their footsteps and be part of its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. Here we are again with a nucleus argument. I just find it strange how, one hand, we say the Equalities Act for a traveller site in the same village where the parish council don't support it, and here we've got a family that wants to live in the parish with the parish council's full support, and we're not suggesting supporting this. It seems crazy to me how we can have so many different standards, and it was mentioned about Equalities Act on the last one. Where is the Equalities Act for this gentleman here and his family?
Thank you. The difference between the two applications is it's 2 completely different policies we're looking at. So the application that you're looking at for this is the self-build policy, and we've determined a number of applications this meeting, previous meetings under the self-build policy. So everything that you've been filled in on, you know, the criteria of the self-build policy, that's what we have to test this application against. With the previous site was a Gypsy and Traveller site, there is a specific Gypsy and Traveller policy. There is specific Gypsy and Travel national policy, and we haven't got a land supply for Gypsy and Traveller sites. So with self-builds, if they come in, potentially they're a self-build site. So there's not a deficiency necessarily of self-build sites because they're turning up as and when people are putting them in. We just cross-check them against the criteria. With Gypsy and Traveller sites, if we get approached by Gypsy or Traveller or have them on an unauthorised site, we don't have authorised sites to move them onto. So there's a deficiency. So already the balance weighs a little bit more in the favour of those sites, but we have to determine each application against the relevant policies. So with this one, it is the self-build policy. Again, it is, the guidance is typically 10, or so this isn't a cluster of 10, it's less than that, which, you know, if members are satisfied that typically this cluster is enough, then, you know, you're entitled to do that as part of the member consideration of the application. The word of warning I would put with it is that would leave the door open for a lot of other self-build sites that probably don't even get to committee because they get shut down a lot quicker. The self-build policy is an exceptional policy that releases sites in unsustainable locations that wouldn't have previously been released, which is why you see a lot of those applications at committee, because they are sites that historically they would have just been flat refusals, but there are policies now that exceptionally support it, but subject to the criteria, and it's down to members to interpret that criteria and see how comfortable you're.
Somewhere to follow on from that as well. I mean, obviously, as has been mentioned, the self-build policy is a relatively new policy. It was brought in at the last local plan because we had a lot of, didn't have the flexibility at that stage to do any development in around the rural. We set a threshold at that point felt was the right threshold of the clustering of 10. It may well be that in a review of the next local plan, review that number if we think that's appropriate. the difficulty we have as a planning committee is we are a plan system, and at the moment our plan says this policy. I think the applicant has difficulty we have with something like this is the applicant has come up with an incredibly good location, other than the fact the location that it's sat on, and it's that's the hurdle that every hurdle they've had put in front of them, they've crossed those as that they can deal with. One they can't deal with is where it is, and that's our difficulty in assessing how this moves forward, because as things stand at the moment, it doesn't comply with particular. I understand that there is flexibility, but there is how far that flexibility can flex. We have an application here which has got, I think it's side and one next door. If you're looking at 9, maybe you can flex, but can you flex to 4? That's the decision the committee are going to have to. As a committee, we would have to justify why we were treating any other future one differently if it came from 6 property. That's the balancing that we've got to do today. Councillor Hendry. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you just bought the lot. No, I don't know.
Just a question to the case officer. Are we right in saying, I'm not quite sure, that there's no objections from anybody at all, not even the parish council or any neighbours or nothing? Is that right, or is that wrong?
So the application is before members today because parish council support, and there's an officer recommendation for refusal on the basis of the locational issues that we've discussed.
Right, no, I get
There's
that,
no objections.
no objections from anybody or anything.
17 representations received, but they're all written positive comments.
But what more can I say to that? I heard the speaker speak and spoke very passionately about him and his family and children. And again, I emphasise the word children because that's the most important thing here. What you've got on the screen there is not actually that absurd or out of the way. It maybe doesn't fit every policy criteria to the letter, but it's not impossible. It's not, you just can't say a flat refusal and say, no, that's absolutely how it's gone. It's not like that. And given the fact the parish council's okay, and how many did you say, 17 people on board with it who wrote to you?
Yeah, they've had 17 representations.
Right, well, I'm the 18th. Okay. I actually don't have a problem with this now. I wasn't going to speak, but you may. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? If you get Councillor Bolt.
I've got to say, I totally agree. These clusters and start talking rights, children's human rights, else on occasion, then it's not a consideration in other apps. It doesn't sit very well at all. It sits well with it.
As the officer said, that we are governed. We as councillors have adopted our own local plan. We put those policies in there, and we have different policies relating to different groups. Now, for example, had one earlier with agricultural workers. That again is a policy which treats agricultural workers differently than it would do a normal resident, a resident who is not involved in agriculture. So I mean, there are within planning policies, there are differences depending on who the applicant is because of their particular criteria. But that's something that we have to wrestle with on all occasions. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick one. How far are this other cluster of houses away from these 3 that are already there?
Yeah. Surely.
So I haven't got the measurement of this area to hand. So this is the extent that we're talking about. You can see here. So this is the settlement boundary for Wedmore, goes around this area. And then there's this linear cluster here, 4 dwellings on the south side of the road. So even along Mill Lane, the challenge is that the majority of the development is to the northern side of that road. So you've got this tightly knit cluster of dwellings here. There's a public footpath that leads down here, and then there's outline consent for a dwelling here, which a little bit like when there was reference to having a degree of flexibility in terms of policy, it was considered that the presence of these dwellings on the south side of the road did allow for a rounding off in that situation. And it wasn't considered that that one site would unacceptably extend development into the countryside. Here you've got this detachment of this area here, one single dwelling.
Mr. Breeze.
Thank you. Just if we're talking about how far away is it from the nearest cluster, given the nearest cluster is just off to the northwest, the nearest edge of the site to that cluster is about
Members, I'm going to. Councillor Hendry.
I wasn't going to speak on this application at all. That's honest truth, I wasn't. But until I saw the application on the screen, the case officer and everything about figures, it's kind of swayed me completely here. For the second time today, and I don't like doing this, I have to go against the officer's recommendation, and I propose to grant this man permission. Now, I'll probably get sidelined. I'll get 4 against me, and I'm the one. But that's my opinion on this. Stand by. I think that's the way forward for this, and predominantly because of the children aspect as well. But that's the way I see it. I propose it. Thank you.
I would say Councillor Hendry obviously will need to come to you for planning reasons as to why you're going against the officer recommendation. Councillor Betty.
As you could probably guess, I agree with everything Councillor Hendry has just said, and I'd happily second the recommendation.
In which case, Councillor Hendry, I'm going to be coming back to you for the recommendation.
Oh, I couldn't speak to Dawn in private first, good. I don't agree with everything that's been said on the plan side of it, and it's a bit ambiguous with the policies coming forward on this. However, having said that, the situation with this, I know we say, okay, you can come back, you're leaving the door open for other people coming back another time. As always, we deal with what's on the table today, not in 6 months or 1 year, 18 months time. This particular development here, as we all said, nobody was coming out clear and saying it's a definite no. They weren't. Everybody was a little bit going round about the houses with it. There may come a day when somebody else comes forward and say, I want to build a house here, and it gets accepted. Before you know what's happened, 5 or 10 years down the line, you do have your 10 houses because there's already 3 up the other side. It's not right to turn this down just because of a location that's not 100% confined to the policies we have. I've just said already earlier on, I think it's actually okay. I can't be more clear than that. Just do not see the problem with the location, because it's not as if it's out in the middle of an AONB in the fields. It's not. It's actually within the confines of the village. That's it. Thank you.
From what I've heard from the debate from members, I think what I've heard, without putting into your mouth, is that in terms of the self-build policy, you would be satisfied that this unit would sit as a small within close proximity to a larger cluster that would be generally the self-build policy, and because of the exceptional size, scale and design of it, and generalised support by the community, happy that under the circumstances, whilst there may be a slight disconnect with the infill policy, the design of it sort of takes over to be acceptable in terms of in accordance.
Speak. Okay. There are 4 or 5 points that I come in on with this. I don't want to repeat myself about children, but that is really high up on the agenda of problems. You have a man and a family here who want to make a family, who have got a family, and it's a bungalow. Don't forget that. It's not a house, but it's going to be dominant in the landscape. It's not at all. They've got connections. They want their family home. It's not out of the way. It's not, as I said before, out in the AONB where everybody can see it and they argue with it. It's not like that at all. And you get 17 people, according to the case officer in the village, who support it, and the parish council supports it. What more are you supposed to ask for? And yes, okay, some people may come back in 1 year's time, 2 years' time, who knows? That's for another day to build something else. But for this moment in time, for today, I think it's okay.
Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm I agree with what has been said so far, but I think we're leaving ourselves in danger if we don't let this go with, if we don't go along with the officer's recommendations. I think we could, I know we haven't got that long left as a committee to survive, but we could be, you know, cutting our own throats. And I am loath to do this, but I propose we go along with the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Betty, I think you indicated you want to say something about Councillor Grimes.
It's just going on from Councillor Henry's comments for the recommendation. I would say that the also on the CO2 criteria of the infill countryside is that I would say 114 meters, I believe it was 140, sorry, between the two clusters. We could say that that is close enough to warrant that the two clusters are linked. I've personally seen on other plans where there's been odd houses that we've counted which are further than 150 meters away, and this is a larger bit of a cluster, so I would say that we could include that cluster in the numbers. Happy with that, Councillor Hendry, to be added.
I think if I might just step in there just for a minute, I would be slightly wary of going down that route, because if we specifically state that, then there would be a huge number of areas that you could be something 140 meters away. Earlier in this committee, we've turned down something that was half that distance because it wasn't close enough. So I think because the chapel, I think, was 73 meters or 75. So we need to be a little cautious, I think, as to what we put in a reason that it doesn't create a very large loophole that we could be seeing developments all over. But that's obvious. Ultimately, that's for members to decide. I've got Councillor Grimes.
Oh dear. I really hate to do this, but I'm going to second Councillor, but we accept the recommendation. I don't like it, and policy sometimes doesn't make it right. But I believe that we're opening ourselves up to lots of other things if we accept this. So I'm willing to second Councillor Glasswood, but I don't like it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So basically, members, we have two proposals, both of which have been proposed and seconded. We will have to take the first one first, which is the permission, which was based broadly on the outline, I think, took from it's a smaller cluster located nearer a larger cluster, that it's the quality of the design compensate the fact that it doesn't meet the full range of the policy. Please,
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just mention when you're looking at a proposal to grant, we need to look at and consider any proposed appropriate conditions.
I think, to be honest, at this stage, I think it would be normal that we would go for conditions to be agreed with Chairman and Vice Chairman. I think we would need to cover the whole range of issues. Whether we Okay, so we have the recommendation that is to grant permission subject to conditions for the reasons outlined by members and helped by Mrs. De Vries. Those in favour of that, please show. And those against, please show. Thank you. So on that basis, I think as things stand, I do, Councillor Grimes, to some extent regret this in the sense of because I have great deal of sympathy with the applicant, but in terms of the policy we're in this application, I would have to Chairman's casting vote as against. in which case that would be. So the proposal to grant is lost. Then the second proposal, which was refusal, based on the reasons within the report. Those in favour of that proposed refusal, please show. And those against, please show. And again, I shall cast my vote in the same vote for favour of the refusal. So, thank you. Right, members, if you then turn to going back in the agenda to page 102, we skip that because there wasn't a member of the public present. We move to Sutton and Ms. Chorley, I think you're doing this one again, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So here we have outline application with all matters reserved for action of a single self-built dwelling on land adjacent to Roseview Road in so just to give members an indication of where we are, Sutton Mallet's a small it doesn't have assessment, and the application site is located here. It's this area of the field over to the west of the hamlet. And a slightly closer aerial view, you can see that there is some residential Roseview, this dwelling here. And this is the application site shown outlined in red. Obviously, the proposed site layout is indicative only. It is an outline application. So this is the proposal for a dwelling in that location. And just to give members feel for the site, here are some photographs. So this is a photograph looking into the site as it stands at the moment. So it is agricultural land. You can't actually see Roseview because it is bounded established there. As is the frontage to the site, which is along here in the top. And some photographs just looking along the roadside. So this is taken just opposite the application site, looking back towards where the rest of the residential development is. And this is taken slightly further along, so just stood on the edge of that junction there, so you can see where Roseview is and the existing dwellings. So again, we've discussed the planning policy and the principle of development for application nature already, but policy CO2 does provide support for infill residential development in the countryside, where the small village or hamlet a clearly defined nucleus of existing dwellings, and the proposal amounts to infilling. Looking to the self-build guidance here, the relevant paragraph is paragraph 7.9, which provides that normally, particularly for linear settlements, this does not include development on the opposite side of the road frontage. And the example they give regarding what infill in a linear settlement, there's a proposal which simply adds on the end of an existing row of houses, would not be considered infill development, as this would clearly extend the built form of into the open country. Cumulative such development would be unintended urban development and not be considered to maintain or enhance sustainable patterns as required area. So again, unfortunately, the application fails to meet the locational requirements of policy CO2 and D9. It is in the countryside location. CO2 is an exception policy only, and where it has the absence of it meeting the exception policy criteria, it is considered to be S2 and CO1 CO2, and the reference is for.
Thank you very much. Members, questions, please. Bolt.
Just hold that slide for a little.
Bessie, do you want to kick off and then let Councillor Court come in?
Thank you, Chairman. So am I right in thinking then, from what's just been said, if this self-build was on the opposite side of the road, it would be fine, but because it's in line with the other 10 plus, it's not?
I don't think so, but Ms. Chorley?
Thank you. No, it wouldn't. So the challenge with this site is that this is a linear of houses, it tapers down at the edge of Roseview, and this seeks to tack this onto the end, effectively extending that into the open countryside. There is no more development over to the west side. If the site was opposite it, there is still insufficient development. These are just agricultural fields opposite the application side and this area here. So the nearest built form on the northern side of the road is over here.
So just for clarity, looking at that, making a suggestion, but there's a place called Church Cottage up on the right-hand side, which has got a big garden. If they came in potentially for an infill there, subject to anything else being okay, because it's between properties and it's part of the cluster, it would be okay. But if it's on the end, it's extending it and therefore it's not an infill.
Absolutely. So very much by the nature of infilling, you would expect there to be built form side of the application side, and the challenge with this application site is there isn't.
Okay, Councillor Bolt.
That's okay. What I was trying to do is to work out linear as sense then.
Questions then from Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe with the policies we have to go by, that being the case, I'll move this recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Glassford.
I'd like to second councillors' Times.
Seeing any other indications, so we have the recommendation for refusal. Proposed and seconded. All those in favour of refusal, please show. Against, please show. Clearly carried, so permission is refused. I believe that brings us to applications for today. Side. Close the meeting and say thank you very much for attending.